across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of September. Today, will HS2 ever reach Manchester? Downing Street is preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned a mutilated line would be insanity.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
MPs are calling on the government to provide more support for under-pressure families ahead of what they called an inevitable new energy crisis this winter.
And Alex has your weather.
A fine day today for most places. It's a bit chilly out there right now, but we'll see some sunny spells and most will be dry. Tomorrow, a different story. The winds are going to pick up, particularly in the west. Some heavy rain. There is a Met Office yellow warning in place. Join me later for all the details.
Aidan's got all the sport for us today.
Indeed, yeah, big weekend for the Rugby World Cup. Can Ireland justify their position as the world's best side with a statement win over South Africa? England in action in Lille at 4:45 against Chile.
Lovely stuff, Aidan. Thank you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Emily Carver, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Morning to you. There's a couple of things caught our eye today that we want your views on. I found this, right, this is in The Sun this morning, and it's looking about a cigarette ban, like a proper ban, so that the next generation will not get to smoke at all. So Rishi Sunak apparently has come back with this idea that every year the age at which you can buy a cigarette will move forward.
Yeah, they did this in New Zealand, I believe, and essentially what you have is a scenario where potentially a 41-year-old could buy cigarettes for a 40-year-old, but the 40-year-old wouldn't be able to go in and buy them for themselves.
Well, yeah, but the idea is, of course, that then you've got an entire generation that just never pick up the dirty weed in the first place.
Well, they're all smoking disposable vapes anyway, aren't they?
Well, do you think... I get the impression you don't like it as an idea.
I'm just wary of government thinking they know best.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, obviously cigarettes are terrible for you. We all know they're terrible for us. Fewer children are smoking anyway than they used to, fewer teenagers than they used to. Should we really... Do we need to ban it completely?
Well, it's better than making them more and more expensive every budget, which is almost a tax on...
Well, yeah, how much is a packet of cigarettes?
So it's about 10 quid now, something like that?
I think it's more than that. I think it's, you know, moving up to about 15.
Laminate. So, anyway, let us know what you think about that. Is it a good idea? I know it is a bit Big Brother, but is it a good idea?
But do you think it's a good idea?
Anything to get rid of smoking, I'm sort of a bit drawn towards.
People will just get them from abroad.
Well, they will, but I just said the trend will really impact the trend.
It's a bit nanny state.
It is a bit nanny state, but, you know, sometimes...
Big government knows best.
But what about Bristol Uni?
Yeah, Bristol Uni, well, they've had a bit of a drama because Bristol University is where I went, and apparently at their Freshers' Fair, the Army, what's it called? The Officers' Training Corps was just banned from the Freshers' Fair, so people aren't allowed to see this. The government has got involved. Grant Shapps has got involved. He's now the Defence Secretary. He's got involved and said, this is wrong. This is anti-military. They should be there at the Freshers' Fair.
Why not? Why not? I think that's a disgrace.
Well, student unions, they're a bit big for their boots, aren't they? Demanding that there's no army presence.
I think that's crazy. But anyway, let us know what you think about those two topics. gbviews@gbnews.com. We'd love to hear from you this morning, as always. Now, our main news today, and Boris Johnson, the former PM, has waded into the ongoing HS2 row after the government has refused to promise that it would help level up the northwest of England.
Yes, it's a controversial project with now no guarantee that it will get to Manchester and may go no further than Birmingham. The southern end might not even get into Euston. So Boris Johnson says it's being mutilated.
Now, what worries me about this is that, I mean, I was always for the HS2, even though it is controversial and hugely expensive, because I thought, look, if it gets people not only from the northwest down south, but actually vice versa, then that's going to be, you know, that could be a really positive thing for levelling up the country and giving access to the length and breadth of the UK. If it's only going to go to Birmingham, what is the point? What are we spending the money on?
So I thought the whole point was that it was going to link up the Midlands with the north, and that would be fantastic for northern cities and towns. And now it's not even going... It's not only may not be going to the north, but it may also not be ending in Euston either. So it's just a bit of a mess. Do you think that they should just scrap the lot now?
Well, look, there's going to be a call to scrap it. What I'm unsure about now is the cost of scrapping it compared to the cost of just keeping going.
Well, this is the sunk cost fallacy, maybe. You know,
explain that.
If you've spent 10 billion, you may as well spend the next 30 billion, because otherwise you've wasted the first 10 billion. But if you go on and do it, you'll have wasted even more money. So I don't know, really.
No, I don't know. I'm now left absolutely unsure. They're building parts of it near me. Well, not that close to me, but, you know, 10, 20 miles away, they're building bits of it. And you sort of think it's a huge project. It's absolutely vast. And I sort of see the positivity in improving our infrastructure. But with, you know, if it's just not going to go where we want it to go,
also, people
why
just
bother?
Aren't moving around as much now with the working from home.
No,
One minister has said, you know, there isn't the demand that they thought there would be.
No.
So...
All right, so there you go. Do we scrap it or not? Do we throw away I don't know what it's cost so far, maybe it's 10 billion.
Well, so
it'd be a huge amount of money.
It was supposed to cost 30, roughly. They're now projecting it would cost 100 billion. So that just shows just how much it's ballooned out of control.
Yeah, well, let us know what you think. Should it go, or should we just plough ahead and hope it ends up one day in Euston to Manchester?
You know, the
Leeds?
Birmingham bit, that's only projected to be finished in 2032 at the earliest.
2032? I'll be retired by then.
Yeah, well, no, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
No, you won't.
Another 9 years.
Keep going. 67.
No, I'm not staying till I'm 67, I tell you that for nothing. I tell you who is still going at a very old age, and still wants to keep going as well, and that's Joe Biden, of course, with the American elections. He's still officially saying he's going to be the candidate, for the Democrats, which I'm just very surprised at that. Why would you want to at that age?
Yeah, I don't mean to be ageist, but I
don't think
it's rather uncomfortable watching Joe Biden do these press conferences around the world. His press secretary had to shut him up.
Yeah. That's to say, even if it's Biden versus Trump again, it's two old men, isn't it, basically? That's
Rather depressing. Nothing against old men, though, of course.
No, but should they be running the world? I'm not entirely sure.
Possibly not.
Anyway, President Biden has reportedly, and this is crucial, promised Volodymyr Zelensky long-range missiles. It's a really important move.
Yes, now, the US media reported yesterday that Biden had made this pledge during a bilateral summit at the White House on Thursday, which was followed by the announcement of $325 million dollars of package of American weapons and aid.
Now, the US had been reluctant to supply the weapons because it does raise a question as to whether there will be an escalation from Russia. Now, in terms of what is happening at the moment, that's a Ukrainian missile attack that we could see there hitting the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea fleet, based in Crimea. And there is a real sense, isn't there, that the Ukrainians are really chipping away at that. I mean, it's an important move on their part. But within all of this, what you've got to ask is the idea that Ukraine can go on the offensive beyond those front lines going to draw Russia to the conclusion that they can then attack the West?
Well, this is the issue. And this is what people have been concerned about throughout this, that if we escalate too much, if the West is seen to escalate too much, then Russia will obviously take that as, well, not carte blanche, but definitely encouragement to go one step further and, pursue even more vicious tactics.
Yes.
Very difficult one, isn't it? Because you speak to military experts who say, no, what we've got to do is absolutely give them all the weapons we can, protect them to the hilt, offensive weapons, everything bar boots on the ground.
Yeah.
But it's hard to know, actually, from all the reporting, how Ukraine is getting on.
Well, yeah, but then what's the alternative? That's always the key question, isn't it? The alternative is that you let Russia take over, and then what happens?
Yeah.
Then what happens? Do we just stand by and let it happen? We can't do that, can we?
No, I don't think so. I think we're doing the right thing. But Boris Johnson is always at the sidelines saying we need to do more.
Yeah.
He was reported the other day saying, that we are not lazy, I can't remember his words exactly, but he suggested that we weren't doing enough, that we'd taken our foot off the gas, essentially. But then, these are huge sums of money.
Yeah.
So, cost of living.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no easy answer out of that one. But it's interesting that America is reportedly now going to start providing these crucial weapons, which could change the direction of things. We shall see.
Will we find out more about those weapons later?
We can do.
Yeah, I want to know exactly what they are, what they can achieve, what their purpose is as compared to other types of weapons, because these are long-range missiles. So... Well,
the tactical ballistics. It's the MGM-140 Army Tactical Missile System. So...
perhaps we have some military experts at home who might be able to tell me exactly what these weapons can achieve.
I'll tell you what, and the cost... 1.47 million per missile.
Per missile? Goodness me.
It's a lot of money.
Well, you've got to use those carefully.
There you go.
Anyway, should we move on?
Let's.
King Charles waved au revoir to France after a successful 3-day state visit.
Yes, Her Majesty's boarded the plane after getting an ecstatic reception in Bordeaux yesterday, where they Like good old normal people, tucked into cheese and had a glass of wine.
Yes, our royal correspondent Cameron Walker looks back on the King's visit to France for us.
History shared and a future to build. The King and Queen officially welcomed to France by Presidents Macron and his wife during a rare ceremony at Paris's Arc de Triomphe. French crowds delighted that a king is back on French soil. Their last monarch forced out of this place in the 1700s before meeting his fate at the guillotine. But King Charles and Queen Camilla had a much more friendly welcome at the Palace of Versailles, a magnificent state banquet hosted in their honour.
And of course, President Pompidou hosted my mother here at the Palace of Versailles on her second state visit in 1972. I was reminded recently that when she returned the courtesy with dinner for the President and Madame Pompidou at the Hotel de Charost, they ran into a little more difficulty. Our embassy tried to bring several cases of English wine over from Hampshire for the banquet, only to be prevented by a customs official at Orly.
Work hard, play hard for the Queen and Madame Macron. After a comfortable win from the First Lady, the pair launched a new UK-France Literary Prize, celebrating the importance of reading and the ties between Britain and France.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Meanwhile, the King became the first member of the British royal family to address French senators from their chamber.
This is my 35th official visit to France. Each and every time, I have been struck by the warmth of the welcome I have always received, and by the immense good that can be accomplished when France and the United Kingdom work together.
Diplomatic ties strengthened. It took a full minute and a half for the standing ovation to conclude. Inside the chamber was Senator Eric Bouquet, chair of the France-UK Friendship Group.
So, of course, it's a great opportunity because Britain and France must go on having regular and strong relationship. We are neighbours. We are still, you're not in the European Union anymore, but you are still part of Europe. Okay, Dover is still the same distance from Calais, so nothing has changed.
The King and Queen visited a flower market named after the late Queen Elizabeth II. Then, a short walk to Notre Dame Cathedral to meet firefighters who tackled the devastating blaze in 2019 and those working to restore the famous landmark. After French media leaked eco-friendly train travel plans, Their Majesties flew to Bordeaux for security reasons. 39,000 British expats live in Bordeaux, the highest number in France. And the King and Queen visited a British-run organic vineyard in the heart of wine country. Defence was also on the agenda, showing NATO's strength as the war in Ukraine rages on. Wherever the King's been this week, he's genuinely received a really warm welcome. 6 months ago, a tour like this would have seemed impossible, buildings literally burning, sparked by the French pension riots. The Foreign Office sent Their Majesties to France to strengthen relations. Whether that now translates into better trading partnerships in a post-Brexit world remains to be seen. Cameron Walker, GB News in France.
It's just gone 6:15. A reminder of our top stories this morning. And will the HS2 ever reach Manchester? Downing Street is preparing, we think, to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned that a mutilated line would be insanity.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
And MPs are calling on the government to provide more support for under-pressure families ahead of what they've called an inevitable new energy crisis. Now, let's just go back to our royal review, should we? Because it has been quite a week for the King and Queen. Actually, you've got to say it's been successful for them in France. But let's get the views of Helen Shard, royal biographer and photographer. Good to see you this morning, Helen. What do you make of how it's gone for Their Majesties?
I think it's been hugely successful. I really, really do. You know, King Charles, who would have believed it? So many people thought, you know, he couldn't be king. And it's just, he just has transitioned so well and so seamless. They're both amazing talkers. And I just feel that there's a great future with trade and things like that. I think it's just been amazing. People were so happy to see them. I think actually in France, they were far more euphoric than here in the UK. It was lovely to see. And obviously in Bordeaux, I didn't realise there were so many expats there. And I just think things are going to be truly successful. I just love the way that they can communicate so well with absolutely everybody. And of course, he gave his speech in French, which was great.
It's interesting, Helen, isn't it? Because France is a republic, famously, but you say there that they were euphoric to see our royal family. So it's something that perhaps sometimes we have our tensions with the French, but perhaps our royal family is something that brings us closer. What do you say?
I would say yes. I think really the French have always loved our royal family. And this is going back years. I have to say, each time King Charles and now Queen Camilla go to France, I always think, oh goodness, you know, how's it going to go? Because they are such royalists, a big proportion of them, that they used to, you know, they loved Princess Diana. So there was always a slight edge with Camilla. But this visit proves that people have moved on and they're really happy to see Charles and Camilla, and Princess Diana obviously is something of the past. I also always think that Charles must always feel it going to France because, of course, he had to travel back with Diana's body. But there's so many people wanting to, you know, be part of our royal family, really. So it is a surprise, but it's there, and it's this trip was proof in the pudding.
Yeah, I mean, it has been lovely to see, but it's also been interesting, Helen, hasn't it, to almost sort of compare and contrast in a way, because obviously things being done in a way that certainly that Queen Elizabeth did it in her own way. She had her own style and was perhaps a little bit more aloof in how she would deal with things and how she was approached. We are getting, even if only slightly, a bit more of a hands-on royal family now, aren't we?
Definitely, definitely. And I think King Charles, the way he talks with everybody, he has something special to say to everybody. He makes everyone feel very special. And that hands-on approach definitely works, and it's the way forward for our royal family.
Yeah, it's nice to see them evolve, I think. Helen, really good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I don't know, I really like the approach he's taking.
You think they should be hands-on? Because some would say they should be, you know, what's the word? Distant.
Distant.
In their regalness.
Yeah, but they are slightly distant, aren't they? It's all relative. They're just a little bit more hands-on.
Yeah, they're not your best mate.
No. But I don't know, I've really warmed to King Charles. I just think he's become the man, if you know what I mean.
Well, the Daily Star is taking a different angle.
Are they? What are they
On
saying?
their front page, they're saying that he should keep stum about climate change because he's off on a private jet. They're calling him the man of hypocrisy. Is that harsh?
What, because he had to
he says
fly to Bordeaux?
He's warning us peasants about global warming and then pops on a private jet to travel 300 miles. What do you say to that, Stephen?
Well, look, if there was a security leak, he was meant to be going from Paris to Bordeaux on the train, wasn't he? And there was a security leak, so they had to get on the plane. But it's the king... Yeah, it's like, what's he meant to do? He's not going to get on the Eurostar standard class with the rest of us, is he? He just isn't. You've got to be realistic about these things.
Stephen says, let him have his private jet.
I say let him do what he wants.
He is the king. Fair enough, fair enough. People would allow the Queen, the late Queen, to have done what she wanted.
Well, exactly.
Travel in style.
Yeah, quite right. Now, let's see what the weather's going to do for you today. Here's Alex.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good-looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles, where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland, with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy, where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south, and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Yes, coming up, we have sports broadcaster Aidan McGee with us in the studio. He's going to talk to us about the rugby. England face Chile today in the World Cup. This is GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at Drive Time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Every Sunday from 11, join Michael Portillo.
There will be topical discussion, looking at the week before and the week to come. So kick back and relax at 11 a.m. on Sundays on GB News with me, Michael Portillo. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It is 6:26. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Emily.
Yes, let's have a look at some other stories coming into the newsroom this morning.
MPs have called on the government to support under-pressure households ahead of an inevitable new energy crisis this winter. The Energy Security and Net Zero Committee, that's catchy, said ministers must make sure that all families who didn't feel the benefit of last year's £400 per household help get that money now. Energy prices on the wholesale market have dropped since last winter, but in practice, many households will be paying the same or perhaps even more this winter.
Now, it's been a good year for the British wine harvest. That's according to the Royal Horticultural Society. Experts believe that climate change is extending and growing the season and causing a boom for the UK's wine industry. A wet and cool midsummer sandwiched between hot sunny periods in June and September has given vineyards the right amount of rain and sunshine. How lovely.
There you go. UK holidaymakers planning winter sun holidays will pay less for tourist items in the vast majority of destinations compared to last year. That's according to the Post Office, because sterling's value has, against many long-haul currencies, particularly those in the Far East, done pretty well. The report found inflation has not been as significant in many long-haul destinations as it was in Europe. Aidan's here with all the sport. Morning.
Good morning to you both. Good to see you.
What have we got?
Well, let's look at the Rugby World Cup this weekend. I mean, in golf, we might call this moving day. That's a common phrase you hear in a different sport, but I think it applies nicely to rugby this weekend because at last we're seeing some really decent games of rugby. I wouldn't class England's tie with Chile in that category. I expect England to win quite comfortably because they've done most of the hard work. They've made 12 changes.
With a kiss of death, Aidan.
Yeah, I know. I've done that before as well, haven't I?
Yeah, you have.
On Liam Smith a couple of weeks ago, the boxer. We won't go there. 12 changes for England. Steve Borthwick's decided to bring back Owen Farrell, who was suspended with a dangerous tackle. So it's a good chance to bring him back in when the pressure's kind of off. Marcus Smith, a mercurial playmaking talent, not trusted under the previous coach, Eddie Jones, who now, of course, is with Australia. But he gets a chance to show what he can do. And looking at it, look at Argentina game 2 weeks ago. You look at Japan, which was fairly formulaic last week. England, I think, have done enough to get through to the quarterfinals. And I think that's the best England can hope for right now. They get through the pool stages, they get into the knockouts, anything can happen. They are a big game side, and in previous tournaments, they've got to World Cup finals without necessarily expecting them to do so. So let's hope they can do that. And then, of course, they've got a massive game today, South Africa against Ireland, two best teams in the world. Ireland are world number one, ready to justify their position. But this is interesting because the loser faces the prospect of playing France in the quarter-final without Antoine Dupont. Now, just to give you some kind of context here, look at the French World Cup in 1998. It's the equivalent of facing France without their main man Zinedine Zidane in football. ZZ top as he was, because he obviously won the World Cup, didn't he? Yeah. So honestly, the booby prize could actually be more enticing than the winning of the match today. So it's a bit peculiar because if you face France without Antoine Dupont, you're not facing the best France side you can get. And I still think, given they're the home nation, France are probably the favourites.
Yeah, well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Do you think, just briefly, where do you think, how far England will go in this?
Look, I think England are a big enough nation, a bit like Australia having a wretched time moment. They're a big enough nation where the favourites wouldn't want to face them in the knockout phases. They went into this tournament with no form whatsoever. They've actually surprised a few people. They've done this before, 2007, awful start, but got to the final where they were narrowly beaten by South Africa. But I still think the winner will come from either South Africa or Ireland. I don't fancy France as much. I think the pressure might get to them.
Yeah. Oh, well, we shall see. We shall see. Mystic McGee is often right.
Often wrong as well.
Often wrong as well, yeah, fair dues. We'll see you a little bit later. Aidan, thanks very much indeed. It is 6:30. Let's just remind you of the top stories this morning. Will HS2 ever get to Manchester and Leeds, for that matter? Downing Street preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned that mutilating the line would be insanity.
Yes, and a Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
MPs are calling on the government to provide more support for under-pressure families ahead of what they called an inevitable new energy crisis this winter.
Coming up later in the programme, the International Week of Happiness at Work starts on Monday. Are you happy with your job?
Well, of course we are.
Delighted.
That goes without saying, as you can tell. Still to come, should the next generation be banned from smoking? We're going to be talking about that in our headline makers in just a moment.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate. Both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes, and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It is 6:33. Whether you're watching on TV, online, listening on GB News Radio, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Emily.
It is indeed. So let's bring you up to date with the front pages. The Sun is leading with Prince Harry rejecting an offer from King Charles to stay at Balmoral during the anniversary of the Queen's death.
For the Times this morning, the Prime Minister is apparently on a collision course with former leaders over HS2, as we've been reporting today.
Yes, The Guardian says Rishi Sunak is considering banning the next generation from smoking, which could be one of the world's toughest anti-smoking measures.
And the Mail has a tragic teenager who fought doctors' attempts to withdraw her life support until her death can finally be named. Let's talk through some of those headlines then, and lots of other stuff as well, with former Daily Star editor, and of course one of our very own, Dawn Neeson, and the legendary broadcaster, David Hamilton. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you both this morning. Can we have a look, because we've been talking about it this morning already, the smoking ban, David. The Guardian's picked up on this, and lots of other papers as well. The idea that the PM wants to sort of phase the legal age of smoking, wants to raise it every year so that you have a whole generation that just can never do it.
Yeah, this is similar to measures that have been brought in New Zealand, and I think possibly Australia as well. New Zealand brought this in last December, increasing the legal smoking age so that tobacco would never be sold to anyone born apparently after January the 1st, 2009. In my opinion, if you ban anything, you make it more exciting.
Yeah, but you smoked for a long time, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I gave up smoking when I was 50, when my oldest friend died of cancer, and I went to the London hospital and I saw young men dying of cancer, and it was shock. That was shock tactics that stopped me smoking. Best thing I ever did. I don't think I would be here today.
No, well, see, this is the thing. It's a tough one because it's a bit Big Brother. I mean, Julian in Yorkshire's been in touch and said, hi, Julian, says, as much as I don't agree with banning freedom of choice, I do think there's a strong case to phase out smoking. I wish someone had stopped me. It took a massive myocardial infarction, effectively a heart attack, to make me stop. I'm lucky to be alive, lucky to be able to send this email. Smoking is a killer.
It is a killer. My dad died of lung cancer, and he was a smoker. He was also a lorry driver, so it could have been lorry fumes. But banning anything makes me very twitchy. I don't want the government micromanaging my life any more than they absolutely had to. We experienced it during COVID, where they were literally telling you how to walk down the street. Yes, it's a killer, but I also worry about banning something like this. You would just, if people are going to smoke, they're going to smoke. If people are going to drink, they're going to drink. It drives it underground. It fuels the black economy. It helps criminal makes money.
But didn't they always say that about even banning it from pubs and nightclubs and all the rest of it, that it wouldn't have an impact, it was unfair? It has actually had a big impact on the number of people smoking.
Lots of people are vaping now, aren't they? That's what's happening now. Is vaping that good? Is it...
Well, it's better than smoking.
Better than smoking. Lesser of two evils.
We don't have long-term data on it, but people do say it's 95% less harmful. But what about the practicalities of this, where you'd have, I don't know, potentially a 39-year-old not being allowed to buy cigarettes, but then a 40-year-old being allowed to because of the age barrier?
How are you going to enforce it? It's going to be quite difficult, isn't it? I think, to enforce it. It's one of those ideas that sounds great, but in practice, very difficult, I think.
Yeah, and it's not like anyone ever fakes an ID, is it? I mean,
Also, young people are smoking less anyway.
I think what you need to do is get across the message of how harmful smoking is.
Yes.
And, I said in my case, it was the shock of seeing people dying of cancer. Obviously, not everybody sees that, but somehow or other, we've got, rather than banning it, I think we've got to get across the message that, smoking is one thing that just doesn't do you any good at all.
Yeah,
there's no actual benefit to it.
But carrot rather than stick, I think, on this one.
OK, well, keep your thoughts coming through, gbviews@gbnews.com. Can we talk about Russell Brand in the Mail online?
Oh, yes, if we have to. Russell Brand has put one of his videos out that he does. This was what started the whole thing, wasn't it? He put a video out when he was approached about the allegations of the sex assaults and rape allegations. He put a video out denying it. So he has put another video out talking how he's faced an extraordinary and distressing week. Now,
well,
fine.
Fair enough.
Yes, but what about the extraordinary, distressing weeks his alleged victims have had as well? I'm sorry. I just think this is poor little me, and he is begging fans to support him on a Rumble channel. It's like you can subscribe to this channel for $60 or whatever.
So you have to pay for it.
You have to pay. You don't get nothing.
It was basically an advert, wasn't it, Dawn? With my sceptical hat on, I just saw it as an advert for his Rumble account so that he can keep making money, because, of course, we had the extraordinary event of Caroline Dinenage, I think that's how you pronounce her surname, the chair of the Digital Media Culture Select Committee, writing to Rumble, writing to TikTok, saying, should you be monetising him, essentially, trying to get him cancelled?
This is a plea for more money, isn't it, really?
I think so. It is.
The thing that worries me about Russell Brand is that he's described as a comedian.
Well, yes.
What sort of worries me, I mean, he's never made me laugh. Has he made you laugh?
He did make people laugh.
Does he make you laugh?
Well, no, because it's not my cup of tea, but you can't deny how popular he was at his peak.
We actually went to see him live many years ago, and I'm not a prude in any way, shape or form, but some of the jokes were really... I mean, look, comedy is comedy, OK, but some of the jokes I found really offensive. There was a joke he tells about a cat, and I'm not even going to describe what he was describing in this joke.
Oh, horrible.
And it was pretty vile. And I just think that if that's the sort of person you are... Well, this is an advert, in any case, for...
Well, let's have let's have a quick look.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week, and I thank you very much for your support and for questioning the information that you've been presented with. By now, you're probably aware that the British government have asked big tech platforms to censor our online content, and that some online platforms have complied with that request. What you may not know is that this happens in the context of the Online Safety Bill, which is a piece of UK legislation that grants sweeping surveillance and censorship powers, and it's a law that has already been passed.
Well, there you go.
It's interesting how he brings in the Online Safety Bill, because people do have genuine concerns about the Online Safety Bill, but I'm not sure where it fits in with what he's talking about.
No, I don't know. But look, allegations have been made. He's denied them. police have now got a
Involved,
file.
exactly that. So, yeah.
I'm a great believer in innocent until proved guilty.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been proved guilty of anything yet. So let's just wait and see.
Well, exactly so.
You do have to question how he's going to get a fair trial, though, with all this already out there, if it does go to court.
No.
Yeah, I was speaking to a barrister who said exactly that. Could he have a free and fair trial now with all the press? It'd be very hard to find a jury that hadn't seen all of the coverage, wouldn't it?
Exactly that, it really would.
It would. What's the Express saying about the PM, David?
Well, the Express is saying on the front page, only true Tory values can save the party's soul. Ahead of next week's party conference in Manchester, grandees are demanding pulling Britain out of the European Human Rights Treaty so that the government can finally stop the boats. So that's one of the... I mean, it sort of reeks of desperation, doesn't it, really? I mean...
It's going to be a rough ride, this conference.
Yes.
It's not going to be fun.
No.
But the fact it's in Manchester as well, with the story about HS2, it's really not going to go down well, is it? I mean...
And the doctors are striking over the course of the Tory conference. And what else is going on? You've got something else. Oh, train strikes as well.
Yeah.
So it could be a bit of a car crash. These conferences are always a bit depressing.
Is it going to be funny that they're going to be striking during the Tory conference, but probably not during the Labour?
Not that it's a political strike. Don't you imply that there are any political reasons behind these strikes whatsoever? But suddenly Rishi has come out fighting, hasn't he? He's saying all these things, promising everything. You know, he's had months and months of not seeming to do anything, and now suddenly I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and it's like. But he's got a lot of ground.
I'll tell you what I want to do with the Prime Minister, and this is nothing to do with politics at all, but I want to drag him in for a really intensive media training session, because he's clearly a very clever man. You know, whether you like him or not, he's a very, very clever man who thinks through what he wants to do. But can he present it? Can he give a speech? Not to save his life.
Do you think he's lacking charisma?
Oh.
But the problem you've got with this one, Stephen, is you had Boris, who had all charisma by the bucketful.
Yeah. But not many ideas.
But not many ideas.
Yeah.
And look, what happened then? What do we want? Do we want forensic barrister style, hello Keir Starmer, or do we want personality?
But this tends to happen, doesn't it? We had Maggie Thatcher with charisma, and then we had John Major, who was charismatic.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's the way it goes. It's change, isn't it? You know, we get fed up with too much charisma.
I refuse to believe that we can't have a bit of both.
Yeah.
Surely there are people out there with charisma and competence.
We want some substance, don't we?
I just can't think of one.
You, Dawn.
No.
Dawn for Prime Minister.
I quite like the idea of that.
You know, why not?
You've got to have a lot of charisma for your job, David, but you have to have substance as well.
Well, I'd settle for half.
As long as you get out of the way. So what do you... I mean, obviously, because you are the elder statesman of the panel this morning...
yes, by far.
By far. What do you, when you look back at all this and all the governments that you've seen, all the rest of it, do you ever just hang your head in despair and just think, here we are again?
Yes. Well, I think what happens is, you know, you get a party who are in for a long time and you get complacency that sets in and then they start fighting among themselves. It's just time for change. And I think, you know, what we have to question is whether change is going to be any better.
Well...
You see, I've seen Labour governments before and lived through that before, and, you know, it makes me wonder. And again, you know, we have another leader with zero charisma.
At least dividing lines are beginning to appear.
Yeah, well, that's true.
There is a difference now between the two parties on some issues that we know about, which is nice. It's nice to know what we'll be getting.
Well, look, we're going to talk to you two a lot more. Well, we'll find out eventually, probably. We'll talk to you two a lot more in just a moment, but at 6:45, let's run you through the top stories this morning. HS2, of course, is it ever going to get as far as Manchester and Leeds? Well, Downing Street preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed rail from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron warning that mutilating the line would be insanity.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
And coming up later in the programme, the International Week of Happiness at Work starts on Monday. So are you happy with your job?
What a question. MPs have called...
Yeah.
Yes, MPs have called on the government to hand out more support for households facing exorbitant energy costs this winter.
Yeah, the Energy Security and Net Zero Committee, see, I'm put that on a business card, would you? Said ministers must make sure that under-pressure families can get some sort of support ahead of the cold spells.
The government currently has no plans to subsidise everyone's energy bills, as they did last year.
Let's talk to business and finance broadcaster Michael Wilson. Good morning to you, Michael. I mean, look, it's an honest question, isn't it? Are we likely to see the government shell out?
Well, it is. We are approaching an election, aren't we? And this is supposed to be a joint committee as well. And it's quite a mouthful, isn't it? Not really snappily named as you were attempting it. I won't bother, but you've said it. Thanks very much indeed, Stephen, for attempting it. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, look, of course, the headline from this particular report, I think, is that 1 in 4 families are still in what they describe as energy debt from the last time. It is going to be a tough winter. One of the other recommendations from this committee is to drop the standing charge, which is applied to every bill, every energy bill. Standing charge, you'll see it described on your bill as the cost of bringing the energy to your house from the providers. That they want that scrapped. I suspect this is one of these kind of things that will gradually disappear. The real costs of, for example, things like this will be completely diminished by all the net zero costs and the rest of it. I mean, we're seeing these aspirations all the time from politicians. What chance of them actually happening? Probably very little. Remember, we're only a year since the budget which they actually crashed the economy. Well, it didn't quite. The economy's doing slightly better, but it's still actually helped overseas investors that Britain were very sceptical.
Yeah. Look, Michael, thank you for that. Good to get your thoughts on that. The line's a little bit dodgy, Michael, so we'll leave it there. You're just cutting in and out a little bit. Thank you. What do you reckon to this, David? Can the government be... Do we expect the government to shell out to help us during the winter? It's become too much of an expectation.
How much can the government continue shelling out? We want the government to shell out about everything, don't we? I mean, you know, is there any money left in the pot?
Yeah, can we just stop saying the government to shell out? It's our money.
Yeah.
It's taxpayers' money. It's not the government's money.
Yeah.
It's our money.
Does that mean we should get it back?
Well, maybe we shouldn't give them quite so much in the first place.
Well, that would be nice.
What do you think?
Well, apparently there's no possibility of any tax cuts coming our way.
No,
Jeremy Hunt. So we may as well take what we can in the benefits on our energy bills. No, but I was a bit confused because I thought energy costs were coming down. I thought that it was not as expensive as... I thought this winter was going to be better than last winter, but apparently not.
Well, Emily, aren't we having global warming so it won't be so cold?
Yeah.
Oh, global boiling. Is it global boiling now? Can't keep up, so we won't need to put the heating on.
No, I don't understand because the tariffs are coming down. I got an email only yesterday saying your tariff is coming down again. This is all great, energy cap and everything else. And yet my bills have gone up £75 a month in the last month.
Yeah, actually, now you mention that, I got something like that. So how do they work that out? How do they do that?
I don't know.
Mine's the same. It's like, you know, yeah, good news, it's all coming down. Oh, but here's your latest bill and we're putting your direct debit up to cover the additional costs.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they make it purposefully confusing to understand their bills.
Hey, you can always try phoning them up on the helpline. No, no, because no one ever answers, ever.
No. Well, I think it'd be quite... It's difficult, isn't it? I think the energy price gap has something to do with the issues we're facing. You artificially put a cap on the prices. This is getting a bit...
Right, go on.
Is it?
No.
Artificially put a cap on the prices, and that meant that a lot of suppliers went bust.
Oh, yeah.
And then now we don't have much choice. We had a booming energy market, and now we don't really have that much choice.
We've got petrol going up as well now, haven't we? Petrol's going up as well.
Honestly.
Came down for a little while and now back up again.
Back at $1.59 I paid the other day. I just couldn't believe it.
I don't drive, thankfully, so it's one thing I don't have to pay out for.
No wonder you're rolling in cash.
I'm absolutely so loaded, obviously.
So loaded.
Yes.
Can we talk university, David? This really gets my goat. This is a woke university banning the army from the Freshers' Fair.
Yeah, this is a very weird story, hasn't it? The Defence Secretary has snapped back at Bristol's student union after a controversial decision to ban an army-affiliated group from attending the university's Freshers' Fair. Grant Shapps said the decision to turn away the Officers' Training Corps was absurd and indefensible, claiming it would deprive students of opportunities to gain new experiences, develop valuable skills and have amazing adventures. The question is, why would anybody do that? Why would anybody want to ban them?
Do you know what? I went to Bristol University.
Did you?
And when I was there, I think I missed this sort of woke stuff.
I was going to say, it's why you've come out and you're such a woke character.
No, I didn't actually get involved in any of the student politics. I was too busy having a good time at all the nightclubs and whatever else. But
why would you do it? Why would you?
Because they're anti-military. Because they're anti the UK having any type of foreign policy, and you know they're of the Jeremy Corbyn type that we should all be complete pacifists.
When we've got a war going on in Europe, sort of like about a 3-hour flight.
Yeah, that's what they think.
That's a good idea.
They're idealistic, aren't they?
Welcome to the real world. You know, there's a real world out there.
Well, I tell you what annoys me is the fact it's so disrespectful.
On a long list of things that annoy you.
Yes, but I just find it so disrespectful to those who are serving and those who have served, which is the very reason they can live a woke lifestyle now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they don't get that, do they? Because they look at Britain and its history and just see it all as bad.
So the thing is, right, these are the future generation. Surely you go to university, obviously you go to university to study, but to meet other people, to indulge in debate, to come across people that you have, you know, have got different, exchange ideas.
How old-fashioned.
Yeah, exactly, how terribly old-fashioned. But these are the future generations who are going to be running this country in a few years' time. And they are wrapping themselves up in cotton wool. No one's actually doing it. They're wrapping themselves up in so much cotton wool. When they come out and they face real life, it's going to be a real wake-up call.
Also, the army is like has so many opportunities for graduates, and it, you know, it's
Emily,
fantastic, you know, career.
Yeah, Emily, it's discipline. It teaches you discipline. It teaches you respect. It teaches you so many. I mean, as you know, Stephen. I mean, your lovely other half. I mean, you know, he served his time. You know, it teaches you so much more than just military and fighting. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I got to tell you, I did 2 years national service.
Did you?
Did you?
Yes, I did. I was in the last lot that did national service in the RAF, and I think it would be brilliant if they brought it back again because it turned boys into men.
Yes.
And at that time they had the Teddy Boys, and they were all singled out. The first thing they did was they got their hair cut and knocked them into shape. But of course they wouldn't do it now because it would be too expensive.
Well, I suppose it would.
Rights.
I mean, I agree. I think sometimes, and especially when you look at some of the problems that we have with the youth, not all, of course, but with some, you just think, it knocks you into shape a bit. It shows you what your responsibilities are.
Are you thinking of people like Mizzy, the TikTok terror?
Oh, well, yeah.
You need a bit of national service for him.
Well, it would do him good.
Well,
Give him a bit of direction.
Well, exactly. Rather than directions, running into people's homes and shops and jumping on cars, and it's like, and people are going, "Oh, that's really funny, isn't it?" It's like what?
Yeah.
I stopped doing all that after my national service.
Did you?
Were you a teddy boy?
All my hooligan behaviour went out of the window.
Were you a teddy boy? Were you one of the original teddy boys?
No, I wasn't a teddy boy. No, not at all.
I could see you with a quiff and the drape.
No.
Yeah, I think I might have been. I've always enjoyed a quiff, dude.
Well, I cannot comment anymore.
No, you've got to be very...
You've got a great head of hair.
I know. For a man of my age...
Yeah.
We were talking about this outside, weren't we?
We were talking
about hair, and ironically, you know, we were talking about the Rolling Stones and, you know...
Mick Jagger,
and how amazing his hair is to be that natural, lush auburn colour at 80.
Auburn.
I mean, yes.
He should be like the rest of us and go Silver Fox.
He should do, shouldn't he? Brian May did it. He stopped dyeing his, didn't he? Now
he went Silver Badger, though.
Silver Badger, yeah, but it's Brian May, so we can't say anything awful about him at all because he's my hero.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with being called a badger.
Oh, is there?
No.
Oh,
well, he likes badgers. What
he does like badgers. He does like badgers.
I wouldn't take that as a compliment, would you?
But there you go.
Do you have time for another story, or
no,
is that
we don't.
it?
Oh.
We don't. We're out of time.
Shut up, then.
But it's been good to see you. We'll catch up with you in the next hour. Look forward to that. In the meantime, here's the weather with Alex.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Lots of you getting in touch on HS2. Is it all going for a Burton? Tony in Suffolk says, why wasn't this rail route started from Leeds where it's needed? London has excellent rail routes. The North do not.
That's
Keep
what I
it.
think.
Yeah, well, exactly. Let's just connect the North that way.
Yeah.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
Now then, Lee Anderson here. Join me on GB News on my show, The Real World, every Friday at 7 p.m.
I'm not eating bloody cat. Are you
Delicious.
mental?
Open your mouth. OK, here comes a train.
Reminds me of the scene in Singing in the Rain.
Adam, is that a good one?
Whoa! Join me at 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it. So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things. We've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of September. Today, will HS2 ever get to Manchester? Downing Street looks like it's preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned that a mutilated line would be insanity. Catherine Forster's following this.
It was always controversial and now it's getting even more so. Lots of people this morning asking what's happened to levelling up.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
The King and Queen are back after their 3 days in France. We'll be asking just how well did that visit go?
And Alex has the weather.
A fine day today for most places. It's a bit chilly out there right now, but we'll see some sunny spells and most will be dry. Tomorrow, a different story. The winds are going to pick up, particularly in the west. Some heavy rain. There is a Met Office yellow warning in place. Join me later for all the details.
Good morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Emily Carver, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Oh, now the smoking issue. The PM is looking at... I mean, he's considered this before. Now it looks like he's going to bring back this idea of banning smoking for a generation. So not all at once, but the legal age at which you can buy cigarettes increasing year on year. So it would be... what would the year be? No one born after 2009.
So I think 14-year-old... No.
Yes. No. Maybe no. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, whatever the year is, say 2000. Anyway, so no one born after that date will be able to ever buy a cigarette. Gary in Bournemouth says, take away your own personal opinion of smoking. This is a group of people deciding what you can or cannot do. I find it odd.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too much. Who said this? Sharon says, the government's being a bit too far right. I would call it more a dictatorship. Surely it's up to people whether they smoke or not.
Yeah, but then
Here, Sharon, we all know it's bad for us.
But then it's up to us to pay for it when people have smoking-related illnesses, which cost the NHS a lot of money.
Well, perhaps that's a question about the NHS rather than smoking habits.
Mike in Newport says, total waste of time and effort. It's currently illegal to buy tobacco under 16. Has it gone to 18 now? I think it might have gone to 18 now. But how many under 16s currently smoke?
It used to be 16.
It used to be 16.
Wow. So that does seem... Things change and you catch up with them very quickly, don't you?
Yeah.
Because I remember going to France and, you know, everyone was smoking inside and it seemed wild.
Did it? Really? I suppose, yeah. I mean, I remember we used to go at the pub. I mean, every time you went out at the weekend, you used to come back stinking of fags.
But some people say, you know, that was freedom.
Yeah, but it was also a bit of an imposition.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something I used to smoke in the newsroom and all that back at ITN and all that sort of thing back in the day. Everyone did. There was ashtrays on the desk next to your computers.
I remember the pubs had the smoking room and the family room, didn't they?
Oh, no, not where I was.
Oh.
No, we just had the pub.
This was the 5 Bells.
Oh, there you go.
I remember.
Posh.
I just remember going into the non-smoking area when I was a child. But there you go.
Yeah, so anyway, it's a tricky... It doesn't look like you're really for it. Terry says 2 options only on smoking, either increase prices by staggering amounts, which they're already doing, or ban smoking completely.
I reckon Terry used to be a smoker, has given up, and now...
Maybe.
Perhaps wants to impose. Let me know, Terry. Perhaps you are just, you know, worried about the health issues.
Yeah, maybe,
which is fair enough.
gbviews@gbnews.com. Love to hear from you this morning. Now, you want to email in about this as well. Boris Johnson wading into the ongoing HS2 row after the government has refused to promise that it will help level up the northwest of England.
Yes, it was always a controversial project, but now there is no guarantee that it will even get to Manchester and may go no further than Birmingham.
Yeah, the southern end might not even get as far as Euston. Boris Johnson says it's being mutilated.
He's not wrong, is he?
Well, he's not. Let's see what our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, can tell us this morning. I mean, look, for anyone who supported the project, which is hugely expensive and hugely controversial, the argument always was, well, it's connecting the north. The north doesn't seem to be getting any of it.
Looking like it won't connect the north at all. And, of course, lots of people would say it shouldn't all be about getting to and from London quicker. It should maybe be about getting across the north. But given the amount of money that has been spent, clearly it's going to be built to Birmingham. But we heard a year or so ago the branch to Leeds, not happening. And now it looks very likely that the branch to Manchester, not happening either. And even coming into London, and this, I think, is just astonishing. The government are seriously considering stopping at Old Oak Common because the costs of taking it right through to Euston would be astronomical. So you'd get off at Old Oak Common, you'd then have to get on the Elizabeth... Neither do I, and I've lived here for like 30-odd years. It's West London, North West London. You'd then have to get the Elizabeth line, which begs the question, why wouldn't you just get a train from central London to Birmingham in the first place? But basically, I think this is showing Rishi Sunak's Treasury mindset. The costs are huge. He's thinking of ways to save money. But a lot of people, Boris Johnson saying very loudly, it's been mutilated. But David Cameron, George Osborne, Michael Gove, all said to be very much opposed to this. We're going to end up with a rump of HS2, potentially from Old Oak Common to Birmingham. And what is the point of that?
Yeah, and Old Oak Common, you can look it up too. It's near Acton.
Yeah, next to Wormwood Scrubs.
It's not exactly where you want to get to when you come into London.
It'll be
No offence to that area, but it's not central London.
No, it's not central London. And, of course, as I think you were reading a view from a viewer that had sent in, what about perhaps looking back with the benefit of hindsight, starting it in the north, because transport in the north really has been neglected for a very long time. There's 16 million people live in the north of England. And frankly, if you live in London, transport is entirely different. The transport times between Manchester and Leeds on the train have barely changed in about 50 years. It takes people ages. And all the potential of all the people in the north of England that could be built upon if they could just get from A to B more easily. So all the questions about levelling up, and of course Boris Johnson got that 80-seat majority, didn't he? Largely get Brexit done, but largely on a promise to level up the north and areas out of London. And, you know, there's been all these talk about high-speed rail between Liverpool and Leeds or potentially Hull. Well, we're still waiting. And yet they managed to build the Elizabeth line, also massively over budget, hugely over budget. But the Elizabeth line gets built in London, which is already chock-a-block of fabulous transport.
Yeah. So is this effectively scrapping it by the back door? Is this effectively the PM saying we're not going to actually get rid of HS2, it's too expensive, we'll just continue with a bit that we've done to save face?
Well, it seems to... It was a Y shape, wasn't it? So you went London to Birmingham, Birmingham to Leeds or Birmingham to Manchester. So two of the bits of the Y have potentially gone. You're left with a little bit at the bottom and not even all of that if it doesn't go. So you're left with a very small amount. I think it would be questionable, the benefits of Old Oak Common to Birmingham. But, of course, tens of billions are already committed.
A lot of Tory backbenchers, at least, would like to see the whole thing scrapped, wouldn't they? I mean, they haven't been quiet about it.
Well, no, and lots of people... I mean, it was always controversial, even before the costs went up and up and up. But also, of course, these decisions were made long before the pandemic, long before people's work habits changed, long before lots of people started working from home, maybe on a Monday or a Friday, or relocated and worked remotely. So there's huge expense. You can see why the government are concerned about the money. But I think what we're left with, even people like the Midlands Mayor Andy Street will be up in arms. He's been a big supporter of this, and of course it will end up in Birmingham. But yeah.
OK, Catherine, thanks very much indeed. Keep your thoughts coming through on this one. I mean, we did Tony and stuff, didn't we? Joyce says scrap it. They should have built the northern stretch first.
Yeah.
As you were saying, I mean, well, that makes sense. But there you go. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.com. Now, President Biden has reportedly promised Volodymyr Zelensky some long-range tactical missiles.
Yes, US media reported yesterday that Biden made the pledge during a bilateral summit at the White House on Thursday, which was then followed by an announcement of a multi-$100 million package of American weapons and aid.
Well, the US had been reluctant to supply the weapons, fearing that it could create an escalation from Russia.
So joining us this morning is Chris Newton, military historian and defence analyst. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit more about these missiles that may or may not have been promised to Ukraine? What can they achieve? What are they?
Yeah, so these are Army tactical missile systems. They effectively enable the Ukrainians to do more of what they're doing already with the counteroffensive in terms of targeting targets which are of longer range, so they can target logistics hubs, command centres of the kind that has been attacked yesterday. It can attack troop concentrations in the rear. So these missile systems can potentially disrupt command, control, logistics, and really make life more difficult for the Russians in terms of supply and command.
Could they turn the tide?
A weapon in itself can't sort of turn the tide sort of decisively, but it will help the Ukrainians in achieving more effect in terms of, as I said, disrupting command and control and making life more difficult on the battlefield. So also their range is only slightly kind of further than the Storm Shadow cruise missiles, which we have been supplying the Ukrainians, or at least the export range of those Storm Shadow missiles. So they can effectively add capability, and make it easier for the Ukrainians to do what they're doing already in terms of attacking targets in the rear areas.
Now, what message does this give to Russia if they go ahead and give these types of weapons? Because the US had refrained from doing so, had they not, because of fears of escalation?
Yeah, I mean, the message it will give is that the US is still firmly committed to Ukraine and supplying Ukraine with the capabilities that it needs, and it ultimately sends a message to the Russians that the US still have that resolve. Now, the fact that Biden kind of dithered on that, it doesn't give the most decisive kind of great impression to the Russians. So that divering, that bit of indecision, wasn't great in terms of demonstrating that. But the fact that the US has eventually done it, and Biden has eventually made this decision, ultimately shows that the US is still committed in supplying Ukraine with long-range weapons, which it needs to achieve the effects that I outlined earlier.
And so where does all this fit in then when we look at what's happened in terms of that attack on the Black Sea Fleet? Within Crimea, we understand. How does that change the overall picture?
Again, it adds to that capability. It enables the Ukrainians to do more of those kinds of attacks. And if you think of the target that was targeted, the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet, the Black Sea Fleet, commands not only naval assets in the area, but also air and ground assets in Crimea and also in southern Ukraine as well. So again, it assists Ukraine in the counteroffensive, which their main focus of the counteroffensive, they're attacking in different areas like Bakhmut, but the main focus of the counteroffensive is the south. So again, it facilitates the Ukrainians in those operations in the south, in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, and it facilitates their gradual advances that they have been making over the past, especially over the past weeks, but also over the past months as well.
OK, Chris, as always, really good to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
Good to see you.
Interesting stuff. Well, King Charles, he waved au revoir to France after a successful 3-day state visit.
Yes, Their Majesties boarded the plane after getting an ecstatic reception, frankly, in Bordeaux yesterday. Maybe because it was sort of, well, semi-normal, semi-like the rest of us, tucking into cheese and a glass of plonk.
Yeah, they seem to have a nice time. Our royal correspondent, Cameron Walker, has looked back on the King's visit.
History shared and a future to build. The King and Queen officially welcomed to France by Presidents Macron and his wife during a rare ceremony at Paris's Arc de Triomphe. French crowds delighted that a king is back on French soil. Their last monarch forced out of this place in the 1700s before meeting his fate at the guillotine. But King Charles and Queen Camilla had a much more friendly welcome at the Palace of Versailles. A magnificent state banquet hosted in their honour.
And of course, President Pompidou hosted my mother here at the Palace of Versailles on her second state visit in 1972. I was reminded recently that when she returned the courtesy with dinner for the President and Madame Pompidou at the Hotel de Charost, they ran into a little more difficulty. Our embassy tried to bring several cases of English wine over from Hampshire for the banquet, only to be prevented by a customs official at Orly.
Work hard, play hard for the Queen and Madame Macron. After a comfortable win from the First Lady, the pair launched a new UK-France Literary Prize, celebrating the importance of reading and the ties between Britain and France.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Meanwhile, the King became the first member of the British royal family to address French senators from their chamber.
This is my 35th official visit to France. Each and every time I have been struck by the warmth of the welcome I have always received and by the immense good that can be accomplished when France and the United Kingdom work together.
Diplomatic ties strengthened. It took a full minute and a half for the standing ovation to conclude. Inside the chamber was Senator Eric Bouquet, chair of the France-UK Friendship Group.
So of course it's a great opportunity because Britain and France must go on having regular and strong relationship. We are neighbours. We are still, you're not in the European Union anymore, but you are still part of Europe. Okay, Dover is still the same distance from Calais, so nothing has changed.
The King and Queen visited a flower market named after the late Queen Elizabeth II. Then, a short walk to Notre Dame Cathedral to meet firefighters who tackled the devastating blaze in 2019 and those working to restore the famous landmark. After French media leaked eco-friendly train travel plans, Their Majesties flew to Bordeaux for security reasons. 39,000 British expats live in Bordeaux, the highest number in France. And the King and Queen visited a British-run organic vineyard in the heart of wine country. Defence was also on the agenda, showing NATO's strength as the war in Ukraine rages on. Wherever the King's been this week, he's genuinely received a really warm welcome. 6 months ago, a tour like this would have seemed impossible, buildings literally burning, sparked by the French pension riots. The Foreign Office sent Their Majesties to France to strengthen relations. Whether that now translates into better trading partnerships in a post-Brexit world remains to be seen. Cameron Walker, GB News, in France.
He had a lovely time, did our Cameron?
He does have a lovely time. He's got a good gig being a royal broadcaster.
He has. Meanwhile, The Sun, as you were pointing out to me just a second ago, claims that when it was the anniversary of the Queen's death, of course, with all this stuff about Harry being on his own, over here on his own, apparently he snubbed an invitation from the King to stay at Balmoral.
Yeah, and he's just stayed in a hotel instead.
Look, is it true or not? They're saying their inside sources say that's the case. I have to say, I would be very surprised if the King hadn't reached out to him.
Yeah, I think it's probably true.
Probably.
But I mean, I haven't spoken to the sources that The Sun has, but could be true. I think he's on his own now. He's a lone ranger.
Yeah. For that, I feel sorry for him.
Yeah. Well, I've always said that if he came back and said, I'm sorry, I'd have him back.
Yeah.
Not that it's up to me.
No, it's not up to you. But I think, look, you've got to forgive and forget. But it doesn't happen. I've just seen this.
Go on then.
Views. I can't pick it up now. Julie, hi Julie, says, can you kindly tell Stephen to stop fiddling endlessly with that thing on the table, please? I do apologise, Julie, but it's a bit of kit that we have to use, so I'm not fiddling. I'm driving the words.
It's so that we can use, so that we can use our auto cue.
It's auto cue because obviously we can't remember everything we have to say. So it's actually a piece of kit that we have to use.
I also saw that someone had written in to complain about the way you hold your mug.
Really?
Yeah, apparently you weren't holding it from the handle.
No, I do that a lot.
So you were trying to be cool.
No, it's not cool. It's keeping your hands warm because it's freezing in here.
Oh.
It's like Arctic blasts in here.
This chap thinks you were trying to be cool. Swigging it.
Oh, no.
There's always a criticism, isn't there?
I'm too old to be cool. I've never been the cool kid at school, let me tell you.
I don't believe that.
But no, honestly. So, Julie, apologies, but, you know, I was just doing my job.
Well, other people have said some nice things and said it's nice to wake up to us, so...
Well, they're saying nice things about you. Emily is a breath of fresh air. Welcome to breakfast. She's not coming back.
Oh, thank you.
I'm telling you that. It's never again, Emily.
That's so harsh.
I've
We're here till
decided.
10 o'clock.
We are. You don't get rid of us very easily. Let's have a look at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom this morning. And MPs have called on the government to support under-pressure households ahead of an inevitable new energy crisis this winter. The Energy Security and Net Zero Committee said ministers must make sure that all families who didn't feel the benefit of the help last year get that help now. Energy prices on the wholesale market have dropped significantly, but in reality, many of us paying the same or even more this winter.
That I don't understand.
No,
Find
me
out.
neither.
And it's been a good year for the British wine harvest. That's according to the Royal Horticultural Society. Experts believe that climate change is extending the growing season and causing a boom for the UK's industry. A wet and cool midsummer, sandwiched between hot sunny periods in June and September, has given vineyards the right amount of rain and sunshine.
And UK holidaymakers, if you're planning winter sun holidays, you're going to pay less when you get out there. It's all to do with sterling's value, exchange rate, sterling's strength. Anyway, it's doing particularly well against currencies in the Far East, and inflation not having the same impact, it would seem. So if you want to go to the Far East, you'll get more bang for your buck.
Oh, good stuff.
Is what that means, basically.
Wasn't planning on, but maybe.
You've got to go out there. I've never fancied I've been to China and South Korea when the Olympics were on in 2008. But apart from that, I don't really fancy.
I lived in Hong Kong for about 8 months.
Did you?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Very, very humid.
Oh.
Too humid for me. It didn't do me any well.
No.
I had, you know, just wasn't good for my complexion, my
Frizzy
skin.
hair.
Frizzy hair, eczema.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's just so much pollution and humidity.
Oh, right.
But, it was fun. I loved it, but it wasn't for me.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's not going to be that humid over here today. Just going to be wet, I think. Maybe it depends where you are. Let's get an update from Alex.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority it is fine. Dry, bright with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Up next, are corporate world champions those who go into the office? Well, I should think so too, but employees apparently say they're more productive working from home. We'll battle it out in just a moment.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app, and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
It is 7:29, but I just noticed we're sitting quite far apart. We need to reshuffle that, I think. I feel like...
No, I don't want to fall over. I will fall over.
We'll sort it out.
I'll just lean a bit this way.
Coming up, we've got lots for you, of course, including all the showbiz in just a second, so don't miss a thing.
Now, next week sees the start of the International Week of Happiness at Work. Meanwhile, Elon Musk has called working from home morally wrong, and Google has begun including office attendance in its employees' performance reviews.
That'd be interesting in your review, wouldn't it? Have you ever been to the office?
People just don't now.
No, they don't. The corporate world cheers on those going into the office, apparently. Excuse me. Studies have shown that employees reckon they're more productive when working from home. So, who's in the right here?
Yes, joining us now to debate this is Karamala, a restaurant owner, who says that the fun part of his job is going into work.
And Dr. Marianne Trent, clinical psychologist, who works solely from home. Good to see you both this morning. I mean, I guess, Karim, part of the issue with what you do is that you can't really do it from home, can you?
No, unfortunately, no, it's not unfortunately.
Morning.
It's actually
I can't
great that
hear
I am
what's
able
being
to go
said.
out
I'm really sorry.
and every day.
Yeah, you carry on, Kareem. We've just got a sound issue with Marianne, so we'll try and sort that out. But in the meantime, so you think it's a real benefit, do you, having to head out of the home to a place of work?
I think it's great that I actually go to a place where I love being. I meet the most wonderful people. We have the most amazing conversations. I get to serve them great tasting food and make wonderful cocktails and mocktails for them. Seeing them happy makes me incredibly happy.
Yeah, would you agree with Elon Musk that it's morally wrong to not go into the office?
I'm not sure if it's morally wrong. I think everyone has has choices to make, and if you can do your job from home, and I did work from home for quite some time, and I was able to do my job very well. So if you can do the job, then I don't think there's a problem there.
No, well, OK. And look, Marianne, I think we've got that line up and running to you now. Right, you work from home. A lot of people are doing it and say they like it. However, from a psychological point of view, is it actually that good? It's quite isolationist, isn't it?
It certainly can be, but I think it is dependent on which industry you're working in. So I'm a psychologist, which means I see lots of people one-to-one via remote technology. But I also do little bits and pieces like writing books and writing for the media and recording podcasts, where actually being by yourself and being quiet works a whole lot better. So I think it is probably person dependent, but also occupation dependent too.
Do you think it's good for mental health, though? Because people do get into putting on your work clothes, getting out the door, regardless of what the weather's like, regardless of whether you feel like it, could be quite good for those who are suffering from, down days and maybe anxiety and things. You've got to get up, you've got to get out of the house, you've got to then speak to your colleagues. Are you missing that, being at home all the time?
Speaking as a mother of 2 young children, the idea that I'm not up and about, it's not true. But for me, obviously, having supported a lot of people who might have different physical health or mental health needs, people often find, if they've got high blood loss due to fibroids or something like that, or lots of pain, they find that actually their mental health and physical health is better working from home than it would be if they were trying to work in a workplace. So again, it's person specific. Many people enjoy the benefits of working from home because it allows them to exercise in their workday as well. And for me, that supports my mental health. And being able to pick up my children every day, again, supports my mental health and theirs.
I wonder, Kareem, what your staff are like at the restaurant. I mean, I don't know what sort of age group they are, but I would have a concern that there may be a generation of younger people who actually don't know how to go to work. They don't know how to sort of get dressed, go out and present themselves properly for a day in the office or the restaurant or wherever it might be.
We are very lucky. We've got the most amazing a group of people, I should say, working together, and we try and make it really easy for people to come to work so that work is actually a place they come to enjoy themselves as well as work, because if it's not fun, then people are not interested to come to work. So we try and make it as fun as possible. And unlike a lot of businesses in our industry, we have much shorter hours. People can actually live a good life, have a good work-life balance. So we try and do everything we possibly can to accommodate people because we want happy people to come to work.
Ah, yes. Well, you might win an award with Happiness at Work Week next week, by the sound of it. Kareem, Marianne, we've got to leave it there, but really good to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
I worry about... I was going to ask Marianne, but we ran out of time there. But about, if everyone does their job from home, then what's stopping employers just getting someone cheaper from, I don't know, Eastern Europe, India... halfway across the world.
Well, it's a valid point, and I'll tell you what struck me. Kareem was saying about they operate a good work-life balance. How do you have a work-life balance if work is at home?
Well, You either end up working the entire time or you slack off completely.
Yeah. Someone who never slacks off is our very own Stephanie Tetchy.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you do. You work 7 days a week.
I do. I'm a hard-working woman.
Showbiz this morning.
Yeah.
Russell Brand. I mean, it's a bit odd to sort of put him in a showbiz category.
Yeah, it is. He made his name in showbiz, but obviously it's bigger than showbiz now, what he's faced over the past week.
Yeah, but he's been speaking out again.
Yes, it's the first time he's spoken out since that Dispatches programme, which came out last Saturday, in which he was accused of rape, sexual assault and emotional abuse. So in a video that he's posted to Rumble, he said he's faced an extraordinary and distressing week, which is not surprising. But it seems like the show must go on for Russell Brand because he's told his 1.4 million followers on there that he plans to be doing his first show on Monday. But in the video, he's taken a dig at the government who have managed to get him demonetised from YouTube. And this week, Dame Caroline Dinenage, who is the chair of the Sports, Culture and Media Committee, asks whether Rumble will be demonetising Russell Brand, which they've refused. We have a clip from Russell here.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week, and I thank you very much for your support and for questioning the information that you've been presented with. By now, you're probably aware that the British government have asked big tech platforms to censor our online content, and that some online platforms have complied with that request. What you may not know is that this happens in the context of the Online Safety Bill, which is a piece of UK legislation that grants sweeping surveillance and censorship powers, and it's a law that has already been passed.
Well, look, I mean, it's interesting that he thanks people for questioning what has been presented, which is a perfectly valid thing to do, of course.
It is, because at the moment there is this saying that's been going around which has been infuriating a lot of people, but in this case he's still innocent until proven guilty. And until it gets to a court of law, which it may eventually do, Russell Brand still has a right to make an earning. So it's a big question at the moment whether Parliament should be getting involved with Russell Brand and trying to take his money away.
Well, what's quite interesting, people who have been very anti-Russell Brand throughout this have made that their red line. They don't agree with the fact that the government has got involved. I think it was a real silly thing to do, actually, from Caroline.
I think so as well, because I think, you know, it's different if he has been found guilty, then we can start this debate about whether he should be having a career, full stop. But the fact that these are still allegations, she should have respected that and knew that there's a line to draw there.
Also, there are convicted criminals on YouTube and Rumble and TikTok, you know?
Well, once they're out.
Once they're out.
Yeah, well, that's...
I mean, you know.
But anyway, let's have a look at Sophie Turner, who I'd not heard of. But Joe Jonas, obviously the Jonas Brothers, huge.
Yeah, we know divorces are quite messy, let alone if it's a Hollywood divorce. And at the moment, they announced their split at the beginning of the month. They said it was quite amicable, which, again, was just a PR stunt, because now Sophie Turner is suing Joe Jonas for the return of her 2 children to come back to the UK. Sophie, of course, is a British actress, but she's been living in America with Joe. But at the moment, their 2 kids are still there, and she's saying that she's accusing him of taking the passports for the 2 children, which means they can't return back to the UK. So it's very ugly, especially when it's kids involved, and you've got 2 big stars here, so it could get quite messy. But you know what? Joe Jonas has the law on his side, because he filed the divorce papers in Florida, and Florida say that in the midst of the settlement, you cannot relocate the children. So that's what he's got on his side.
Yeah, so they're going to have to wait till it is finally settled in court.
But he has his rep has come out and said that they do not appreciate the harsh line that Sophie is taking with this divorce.
How old are the children, do we know?
2 and 4.
Oh, so very young.
Very young. Yeah.
Oh, it's a messy business.
It is.
Steph, we've got to leave it there. We'll catch up with you
guys.
later.
Thank you.
OK, up next, we've got the headline makers for you and more on Prince Harry. Rejecting, we're told, his father's plan to spend the anniversary of the Queen's death together at Balmoral.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes, and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views, and often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
On your TV, radio and online, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Emily. Good morning.
Good morning. Now joining us to go through some of the top headlines of the day is former Daily Star editor Dawn Neeson and radio and television broadcaster David Hamilton.
Should we have a look, Dawn, at Prince Harry? We just touched on him a little while ago. According to The Sun, because there was all this hoo-ha saying, well, Harry's been rejected, he's spending the Queen's anniversary of her death on his own, but apparently the King invited him to Balmoral.
Well, exactly. Yeah, we have to talk about Harry occasionally, don't we? As much as I'd rather not. But it is the front page of The Sun, which sells lots of copies. And obviously, Harry and Meghan sell for them. Basically, when Harry was over here just before the Invictus Games, remember, a couple of weeks ago, he was doing an event in London and he requested to stay at any of the family's homes in London. The answer came back that, well, actually, all the servants are up in Scotland because that's where the royal family are for the summer. But you are more than welcome to go up to Balmoral to stay with your dad.
And Harry said no. So basically, it's been interpreted as being offered an olive branch by his dad and his wicked stepmother. Remember how he described her in that book? A villain? I mean, really? Can you imagine sitting around the breakfast table?
Frosty.
With that. I mean, yeah, it would have been Frosty over the Frosties. See?
Yeah,
See,
very good, very
Anyway,
good.
So
all right,
it may not have actually been that much of a snob, more that it was out of his way.
Well, I mean,
too out of his way.
Well, the thing he could fly how many thousands of miles from California to do one event in London, which lasted like an hour or so, but he couldn't fly 300 miles up to Scotland to see his dad, where he could have spent a couple of hours with
Perhaps
him.
he was concerned about his
Carbon footprint, yeah.
It's a shame, isn't it? It's a family at war.
It is,
And
sadly.
somebody needs to bury the hatchet. Without doubt.
Needs to be Harry. He needs to come grovelling back to us.
You know what they all need to do, David? They all need to gather round together with a cup of Bovril and work out their differences. But Bovril's going out of fashion.
It's funny you should say that, because according to the Mail Online, people are ditching Bovril in favour of balsamic vinegar.
You don't want a cup of balsamic vinegar.
I like balsamic vinegar, but I've got to tell you, I love Bovril, and it takes me back to when I was a boy, football matches in the middle of winter, half-time, a steaming hot cup of Bovril, absolutely wonderful. And I actually have it on toast for breakfast. I have toast? Yeah, toast and butter and a sliver of Bovril. But here is the pièce de résistance. Jacket potato with a nice, firm, jacket.
Where he's going with that one.
Butter and Bovril. I reckon. No, you won't have it.
I won't have it.
You won't eat anything that's beef.
I'll have it.
It's similar to... You haven't had it, have you?
No,
You've
I
never
haven't had it,
Bovril?
but I may go home and make myself...
Have you had Marmite?
I've had Marmite.
It's similar to Marmite, but it's a little milder.
But
So
no one has a cup of hot Marmite, do they?
No,
or
no.
do they?
Yes, I have tried that, because unlike you, I don't eat meat either.
Does it work?
Yes, it does. It's really nice. I mean, because at football, half-time at football, it is lovely. If you don't want a cup of tea or a coffee or a cold beer, you take your own Marmite, pour hot water on it. It's actually very tasty.
Is it like drinking,
Yeah.
like stock cube?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's also... Bovril also makes great gravy.
Oh, well, yeah, I can imagine
you
it
get
would.
Bovril gravy is also delicious. So, if they want to send me some after this...
No, they give over.
So basically,
Give over.
we're all getting a bit fancy. Is that what this story
Yes,
is?
we're all into couscous and quinoa.
Yeah.
Quinoa.
Quinoa.
When you're down to earth like what I am, you like your Bovril, mate.
Well, yeah.
I mean, evidently we're not eating corned beef anymore or condensed milk. David and I were just reminiscing about condensed milk. When we were kids. You'd
Have it
get
in sandwiches, didn't you?
Yeah, my mum used to have it on white bread. But you used to get a tin of it and just spoon it out.
Yes.
Oh, it was delicious. I couldn't do it now, though.
So I feel bad because these just were not staples of my childhood. I don't think I ever had Spam.
No, never had Spam. Corned beef?
Never had Spam. I once was made a corned beef bolognese.
It's going to be a sandwich or a
and
fritter, isn't it?
it was quite sweet, isn't it?
I've never eaten it.
Oh, you haven't,
I don't eat
obviously.
it.
It's quite sweet.
I don't think you've missed a lot, actually,
No.
with Spam and corned beef. They were things that came in really during the war, wartime when there were shortages.
Yes, but
and
I'll
then
tell you
they
what-
sort of carried on after that.
But I'll tell you what else is going out of fashion, apparently, according to the list, is Angel Delight,
Oh, I had that.
Hot Noodle and Smash.
Smash?
Yes, Smash.
Oh, I read the adverts. The
It was
little
like-
dancing
Yeah,
space
robots.
robots. Yeah.
I've got a tin of Smash at home and Angel Delight and Pot Noodle.
It's like mashed potato, is it?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Meant to be.
Smash.
Instant mash.
Yeah.
Angel Delight I used to have a lot.
What's
Love
your
it.
favourite Angel Delight flavour?
Strawberry and toffee. Is there a toffee one?
No,
It's like
there's
a
a
brown
butterscotch.
one.
Butterscotch.
Butterscotch.
See, everything goes out of fashion in time. I mean, I remember, back in the 60s, we used to drink sweet white wine. We would have Niersteiner and Liebfrau milk. I mean, you wouldn't touch that with a barge pole now, would you?
No, yuck.
Everything changes.
But the
Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Look, I'll tell you what, don't go anywhere, you two. We're going to come back to you in just a minute. In the meantime, just popped up for us, is the Liberal Democrat Chief Whip, Wendy Chamberlain, who joins us now. Good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's going to be a big weekend, of course, for the Lib Dems. It's firing the starting gun, so we're told, on the general election. What impact do you think the Lib Dems are going to have come the next general election? And it seems unlikely you would win a majority, but do you think you could be the kingmakers?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I've got my pot noodle supply ready to get me
Oh,
through
well
this.
done, well done.
But, you know, we are looking forward to the next 4 days. You also referenced the death of the Queen last year, and we didn't have our autumn conference as a result of this. So not only is this likely to be our last autumn conference before the next general election, for myself, it's my first autumn conference as an MP. But in terms of our prospects, you just have to look at the 4 by-election wins we've had since the last election, the increase in number of councillors we've had, and we're realistic about where we're targeting and where we think we can win.
And where do you think you can win then?
Well, I think it wouldn't surprise you to know that we're focused on the blue wall, those areas, the 80 seats that we were second in to the Conservatives at the last general election, where, you know, it's demonstrated by our by-election victories that people are pretty sick and tired of the Conservatives, don't think they're delivering for them in their local communities, and are open to listening to the Lib Dems. And as you can hear, I'm a Scottish MP. We see a real change in the fortunes of the SNP in Scotland. So we're focused on where we can potentially make gains in Scotland as well.
It's a different approach. I mean, of all the times running up to general elections, I've interviewed Lib Dems who've said over the years, over a long, long time, saying, oh, yeah, we know we could very well form a majority government. It sounds like you're taking, frankly, a more realistic approach and actually treating voters with a bit more respect and saying, yeah, rather than trying to pull the wool over their eyes.
Well, I think what we've got is a reputation of working locally, and I think what we're doing in terms of our strategy is focusing on that, showing what we can deliver locally and then translating that into success from an MP perspective. Because when we talk about power, I think it's important to remember that Westminster is not just where it's at. You know, we've gone from, we won 12 councils at the local elections in May, and we are now in power there and delivering benefits to local communities as a result.
Wendy, I think at the moment, and there's been polling that reflects this, a lot of us feel totally politically homeless. Labour's not speaking to them, the Conservatives aren't speaking to them. What actually differentiates the Lib Dems from the Labour Party, really? Because we look at policies and, for example, you're calling for more money to be spent on energy, I believe, and more money to go towards education. Isn't that what most politicians want? That's what Labour wants, that's what the Tories want. What's different?
Yeah, so I think it is about we want to spend the right money on services, and we want to deliver for local communities, but we want to potentially do different things, and that is what differentiates us as a party. And I'm pretty confident there's a number of dividing lines between ourselves and Labour, and there certainly is between the Conservatives. But, you know, I absolutely get your point about people feeling politically disenfranchised. Look, I'm not a career politician. I joined the Lib Dems in 2015 and then was elected in 2019. And when I speak to people, they do appreciate the fact that I've had a real life background. I was a police officer for 12 years, and I understand the challenges and issues that they're facing. And I think during cost of living crisis, I think people really appreciate that. And I think that's what we have to do as politicians. We are responsible for rebuilding that trust, because nobody else is going to do it.
Wendy Chamberlain, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to Dawn Neeson and David Hamilton as well. Back with them a little bit later on. Let's just head over to Alex at the Met Office now for your weather.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles, where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day, and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland, with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy, where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south, and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, there's lots more still to come for you here on Breakfast on GB News. Lots more on HS2. It's got you going this morning because, of course, the government is refusing to promise that it's going to get anywhere beyond Birmingham.
Has it been mutilated?
Well, that's what Boris Johnson's saying, isn't it? And David Cameron.
Strong stuff.
Actually, Keith in Redditch says the government should scrap HS2 altogether. It's mutilated the Midlands. The roads are falling apart. We could have improved the internet. What a waste of money. Let us know what you think. GB Views.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
First and foremost, I'm a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of September. Today, will HS2 ever get to Manchester? Well, Downing Street, it would seem, is preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned a mutilated line would be insanity. Catherine Forster's following the story.
Yes, it's looking like HS2 may never get to the north of England, and many people asking what happened to levelling up.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
The International Week of Happiness at Work starts on Monday, so do you love your job? If not, why not?
And Alex has your weather.
A fine day today for most places. It's a bit chilly out there right now, but we'll see some sunny spells and most will be dry. Tomorrow, a different story. The winds are going to pick up, particularly in the west. Some heavy rain. There is a Met Office yellow warning in place. Join me later for all the details.
And it's a big weekend in the Rugby World Cup with England in action at 4:45 today against Chile. Ireland facing South Africa in a battle of the world's top two. And can Manchester United get their season back on track when they visit Burnley tonight in the Premier League?
Aidan, thank you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Emily Carver, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Levelling up. We've been talking about it since 2019. Yes, 2019. Yeah, but that was the sort of big election it was pushed out, wasn't it?
And this was the big infrastructure project that was going to make it happen.
Boris Johnson has now waded into the ongoing row about HS2 because the government hasn't said what it's not going to do. It's just refusing to promise that it will continue with some of the line, which would, basically help levelling up in the northwest of England.
It's just not happening, is it? It's been pushed back and back and back and back. It's a controversial project anyway, and now there's no guarantee that it will get to Manchester, and it may not even get any further than Birmingham.
Yeah, and if you're thinking about the southern end, though most people aren't at the minute, but that might not even get into Euston, apparently. Boris Johnson says it's being mutilated. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Catherine Forster, who's here. Morning, Catherine.
Morning.
It's just turning into a total waste of time, isn't it?
It's quite incredible, isn't it? It's obviously always been massively controversial right from the beginning. Was it ever needed? Was it ever a good use of money? But as costs have gone up and up and up, we've seen what was originally going to be a Y from Euston to Birmingham, Birmingham to Leeds or Birmingham to Manchester. First of all, they scrapped the Birmingham to Leeds bit a year or so ago. There was outrage at that. Now, it sounds very much like they are going to drop the Birmingham to Manchester part. Now, they've got to make the decision before the autumn statement, but it seems like Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt are pretty determined to get rid of that bit of the Y as well. And even the bit at the bottom, the Birmingham to Euston, they're currently thinking to stop it at Old Oak Common, which is in northwest London, not central London at all. You then have to get off and get the Elizabeth line into central London. Well, of course, you could just get on a train in central London and get to Birmingham now.
Yeah.
So it really is.
There's already a route. But you know what? I'm just looking here at the history of HS2. So it was back in 2010 that they did this review that was subject to public consultation. This was based on a Y-shaped route that would have Leeds and Manchester connected. This has been being talked about for years and years and years. It does feel sometimes that we can't build anything in this country.
It does, when you consider that China can build things very, very fast indeed. And this has gone on, the costs have gone up, but the completion date has gone back and back and back. And all this money being ploughed in. Now, David Cameron, of course, this was central to his term in office, and he very rarely gets involved in politics, but he's said to be very concerned. He thinks it's central to levelling up, as does the previous Chancellor, George Osborne, who, of course, represented a northern seat. So there's lots of Conservatives absolutely up in arms, including Boris Johnson, who, as always, has a way with words, saying it's been mutilated, which frankly, it has. If you're going to chop off 2 of the arms and a bit at the bottom, there's not a lot left. So, he said it makes no sense at all to deliver a mutilated HS2, and it's Treasury-driven nonsense.
OK, so at what point did it... No, a lot of people don't want it in the first place. You either go ahead and do it, don't you, or you scrap it. Why keep a bit in the middle if it's not going to achieve a great deal?
I think because so much money has already been spent. And, OK, there's quite a lot of money being spent for planning for the bit to Manchester and the bit for Leeds and the bit to Euston too. I think it's face-saving really going on now, isn't it? Building a bit. But really, lots of people will question what the benefit of that is. So always been very controversial. And I suspect the levelling up agenda that we heard so much of under Boris Johnson, the promises made to 16 million people who live in the north, a lot of them feel very disaffected because, yet again, this was fundamentally a thing about getting to and from London quicker. What about getting across the north, around the north? What about getting from Liverpool to Manchester, to Leeds, to Hull? What about high-speed rail along there? Now, the government are saying, well, we may use some of the money that we're going to not spend by improving northern transport. But the problem is people in the north have been hearing this sort of stuff for years and years and years while nothing much happens. Meanwhile, London gets a shiny new Elizabeth line. Wonderful. Also, massively over budget.
Bit of a slap in the face, isn't it, to people who, don't live in London and actually might like to be able to get around the north a little better.
Yeah.
Link to the Midlands a little better.
Well, David's been in touch. Hi, David. Said not only is the HS2 a white elephant, but it's London-centric. It should have started with the Cross-Pennine route, which has been cancelled, and then going to Manchester. Now, the whole thing should be scrapped. I think a lot of people are going to agree with you.
It would still save money to scrap it, just because we've spent so much money on it, up till now. Still save money if you scrapped it.
Yeah. Catherine, thanks very much indeed. What about this one? This got you, didn't it? Paul in Sheffield.
Paul in Sheffield. He said, I heard you mentioning levelling up. As someone from Sheffield, I am completely against the idea of levelling up. I'm on a decent wage for a northerner and can afford to live comfortably and buy my home. Why on earth would I wish to level up to the cost of living seen in London? My wage wouldn't buy me an Oyster card, let alone a home there. So, yeah, there we go. Paul doesn't want to level up.
No, I suppose the argument would be that levelling up would increase wages and all the rest of it. You might not be sort of any better off with, in terms of how much spending power you've got, but everything should, you wouldn't end up with a more expensive home, but on the same wage. That would be the argument. But
I think the cost of living in London eats up your increased wage anyway.
Oh, yeah, it does, yeah.
So probably better to stay where you are, Paul.
Well, Sheffield's lovely.
Nice place.
It is nice.
If your wage gets you, roof over your head and some nice quality of life, then don't come down to London. Not worth it.
It really isn't, no. Now, President Biden has reportedly promised Volodymyr Zelensky long-range tactical missiles.
Yes, US media did report this yesterday. Biden made the pledge during a bilateral summit at the White House on Thursday. That was followed by the announcement of a new $325 million package of American weapons and aid.
Now, the US had been reluctant to supply the weapons. The reason being, could it possibly create an escalation from Russia?
So joining us this morning is Rear Admiral Chris Parry, former NATO commander. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. So on these weapons, it seems as though President Biden has changed his mind on supplying these. Do you think that's a good thing?
I think anything that will allow the Ukrainians to defeat the Russian invasion of their country is a good thing. And we're reaching a point now in the campaign where, obviously, the Ukrainians are making steady advances against the Russians to the east of where we know Crimea is, driving through to the Black Sea near Melitopol and Mariupol. And right now it needs an additional boost to enable the Ukrainians to destroy the Russian support and logistic forces that are supporting the front line.
I mean, the concern has been throughout all of this, but particularly with supplying things like longer-range missiles and planes and all the rest of it, has been the idea that, in effect, NATO would be taking a much more active role in a war against Russia, prompting that bigger response from Moscow. I mean, is that not escalated by this move?
Stephen, every time we supply Ukraine with better technology or weapon system, the Russians huff and puff and say it's escalation and it's making things worse. The biggest escalation was when Russia invaded last year in February. And I think Russia has to accept that the free world wants to support a country that wishes to remain free and not subject to Russian domination.
Chris, it's hard sometimes to make sense of all the different reports coming out of Ukraine, to see exactly what is happening on the ground. People are saying that Ukraine is taking back land, that they are being successful in certain areas. What does the picture look like?
I think what we have to start with, Emily, is the fact that the Russians have had something like 8 months to dig themselves in. You've got 3 lines of fortifications. You've got minefields that are 16 times more dense than we would normally use if we were a NATO defensive line. They've got artillery and aviation zeroed into where the Ukrainians are attacking. And what the Ukrainians are doing is probing along a broad front to see where they can actually penetrate these Russian lines. Now, the ATACMs are really going to help with this, as I said, so they can hit support structures. But it was never going to be easy. What I think is going to happen, unless the Ukrainians can break through the Black Sea to the east of Crimea and indeed increase their attacks on Crimea before winter sets in, it'll all go very stable, I think, the best part of 4 months until about February, March next year. And it'll all be starting all over again. That can only benefit Russia because obviously Russia has a lot of mass, a lot of manpower to mobilise. So I would say right now we're heading for a stalemate over winter.
OK, Rear Admiral Chris Parry, good to see you as always. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, so King Charles waved au revoir, didn't he, to France?
Did you say au revoir? Did you say au revoir? I was always taught au revoir.
Well, considering I have a degree in French, I think I know.
Have you got a degree in French?
Yes, I do, actually. And German, don't test me. It's been a while now, but yeah. French.
Die Ecke. What's die Ecke?
Don't know.
Oh, come on, it's the one phrase I learnt in my German classes, is die Ecke. Round the corner.
I know. Around the corner, die Ecke.
Yes.
There's a song about... Anyway, doesn't matter where die Ecke comes around. It's about a hat. It has 3 corners.
Oh, a 3-cornered, like a tricolor, like a what do you call a 3-cornered hat?
I don't know, but...
Try something or other.
But yes, he waved au revoir to France.
Yes, oh, there you go.
He had a successful 3-day state visit. That's what everyone's saying.
Yes, indeed. Their Majesties boarded a plane after getting what was, frankly, an ecstatic reception in Bordeaux yesterday, where they tucked into a glass of wine and a great slice of fromage.
Our royal correspondent Cameron Walker looks back on the King's visit to France.
History shared and a future to build. The King and Queen, officially welcomed to France by Presidents Macron and his wife during a rare ceremony at Paris's Arc de Triomphe. French crowds delighted that a king is back on French soil. Their last monarch forced out of this place in the 1700s before meeting his fate at the guillotine. But King Charles and Queen Camilla had a much more friendly welcome at the Palace of Versailles, a magnificent state banquet hosted in their honour.
And of course, President Pompidou hosted my mother here at the Palace of Versailles on her second state visit in 1972. I was reminded recently that when she returned the courtesy with dinner for the President and Madame Pompidou at the Hotel de Charost, they ran into a little more difficulty. Our embassy tried to bring several cases of English wine over from Hampshire for the banquet, only to be prevented by a customs official at Orly.
Work hard, play hard for the Queen and Madame Macron. After a comfortable win from the First Lady, the pair launched a new UK-France Literary Prize, celebrating the importance of reading and the ties between Britain and France.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Meanwhile, the King became the first member of the British royal family to address French senators from their chamber.
This is my 35th official visit to France. Each and every time, I have been struck by the warmth of the welcome I have always received, and by the immense good that can be accomplished when France and the United Kingdom work together.
Diplomatic ties strengthened. It took a full minute and a half for the standing ovation to conclude. Inside the chamber was Senator Eric Bouquet, chair of the France-UK Friendship Group.
So, of course, it's a great opportunity because Britain and France must go on having regular and strong relationship. We are neighbours. We are still. You're not in the European Union anymore, but you are still part of Europe. Okay, Dover is still the same distance from Calais, so nothing has changed.
The King and Queen visited a flower market named after the late Queen Elizabeth II. Then, a short walk to Notre Dame Cathedral to meet firefighters who tackled the devastating blaze in 2019 and those working to restore the famous landmark. After French media leaked eco-friendly train travel plans, Their Majesties flew to Bordeaux for security reasons. 39,000 British expats live in Bordeaux, the highest number in France. And the King and Queen visited a British-run organic vineyard in the heart of wine country. Defence was also on the agenda, showing NATO's strength as the war in Ukraine rages on. Wherever the King's been this week, he's genuinely received a really warm welcome. 6 months ago, a tour like this would have seemed impossible, buildings literally burning, sparked by the French pension riots. The Foreign Office sent Their Majesties to France to strengthen relations. Whether that now translates into better trading partnerships in a post-Brexit world remains to be seen. Cameron Walker, GB News in France.
Well, let's talk to Ingrid Stewart, Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine. Of course, really lovely to see you, as always. This has been fantastic, hasn't it?
I think it's been a massive success, probably better than they ever hoped for, because I think because Macron and Madame Macron seem to be so delighted to be hosting the King and Queen, I think it just gave a really good atmosphere. I know that there was massive security and the crowds were kept back, but I think the Bordeaux trip was far more relaxed. And the whole thing, and Charles addressing the Senate in French a lot of the time, it just seemed very, very friendly and it went extremely smoothly.
Yes, because our politicians aren't always the most diplomatic when it comes to the French. I mean, it was Liz Truss, didn't she? She was asked whether Macron was a friend or foe, and she said the jury's out. And then she backtracked and said, no, they're our friends. The French are our friends. So it's quite useful for us to have the King go to France and, not butter them up, but strengthen those relations.
Absolutely, because, I mean, the whole point of the King as head of state is that he is above politics, and he's remained above politics. So there's no angles here. Of course, there is always the King's own personal angle, which we know so well about the climate and the environment. But that was the sort of spearhead of the whole trip. I think it works incredibly well, and the French have been hugely enthusiastic, especially their media has been very enthusiastic about this visit.
Yeah. Do we think we're going to see more from the King and Queen now, and off the back of this? I mean, it was almost a bit of a test, wasn't it? It has gone so well. They've been received so well. Do we think we could see more visits in the offing, perhaps more than they were expecting?
I think, these things take ages to plan, but I think these short, sharp visits are what we're going to see. And Charles's charm offensive is amazing. I mean, he speaks fluent French, he speaks fluent German, and so far. And he has a wonderful way of presenting himself when he's giving speeches, and people really like him. And also the fact that the World Cup is being played in France, I think that got the interest going as well.
Yeah, OK. Ingrid, we're going to leave it there because the sound's a little bit dodgy, but really good to see you this morning. Thanks very much. I do just think it's been a really nice trip, actually, and I like to... It's nice to see us represented in another country so well.
It is nice.
Oh, there's a but there, isn't there?
I just find it interesting how we, it was so fantastic. So, I mean, neither of us were there. It does look like it was a success.
Yeah.
But I always like to seek a little bit of controversy. And should King Charles be, talking lots about the old climate change and the environmentalism? Is that politics?
No, it's just his passion project. And I don't think you can criticise him. The monarchy has to change.
I mean, people are, though.
But he's not getting...
Again, I point to the front of the Daily Star.
Oh, here we go.
Pointing out the hypocrisy of the king. Talking about the existential threat of global warming and then getting on a private jet. Would you go on a private jet if it's an existential threat?
What's he meant to do, though? What's he meant to do? He's not going to get on the next EasyJet flight, is he, to Luton?
Well, he could be like Greta Thunberg and, make himself a boat.
Well, yes, he could be, but then I don't think we'd have the same respect for him as our king. No,
I have the utmost respect for our monarch, of course, but I do think there's always a bit of hypocrisy, isn't there?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything he has to say on climate change. But there you go. He's allowed to have his views. He talks to his plants, and that makes him a good man, as far as I go. I talk to mine.
I wonder what they say to each other at these types of things, what he says to Macron. And...
I don't know. It all looks very jolly, though, doesn't it?
Maybe he says, sort out the channel.
Oh, do you think? I doubt it. I very much doubt it, but it might be quite useful if he did.
Quite useful for Rishi Sunak.
It would be. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through, especially if you like, Emily, you like a bit of controversy. I just like to keep it all smooth waters with the royals, frankly.
Fair enough.
Now, let's have a look at some of the other stories heading into the newsroom this morning. MPs have called on the government to support under-pressure households ahead of what they're calling an inevitable new energy crisis this winter. Apparently, they're saying that people who didn't feel the benefit of last year's £400 per household help should get that money now. Quite what they mean by feel the benefit, I don't know. Energy prices, as you'll probably be aware, have dropped significantly on the wholesale market. But in reality, many of us are paying exactly the same, could pay even more this winter.
Why is that?
Don't know.
But in good news, it's been a good year for the British wine harvest. That's according to the Royal Horticultural Society. Yes, because the climate is changing, it means that it's extended the growing season, and that's caused a boom for the UK's wine industry. So we had a wet and cool midsummer, then it was sandwiched between hot sunny periods in June and September, and that's given us the right amount of rain and sunshine, apparently.
If you are getting away somewhere in the distant shores for a bit of winter sun, you might get more bang for your buck, according to a survey by the Post Office. That's all to do with sterling's value in Far East countries. Apparently it's holding up very well, so you get plenty for your money.
I'm off.
Now, Dave in London says the reason energy bills aren't getting cheaper is the standing charge going up all the time, and the standing charge doesn't fluctuate like the fuel prices. Ofgem needs to address the profiteering via the standing charge. Certainly, the standing charge does play a part of it, but I think it's all to do with the fact that we don't. It was the artificial price cap, then the £75 a month or £60 a month we were getting, plus the £400 and all that. The reality is, even though fuel is cheaper, we're still getting a lot less money to pay for it, or none at all.
And regardless of where it comes from, we have to pay the most expensive price, right? So whether it's gas or whether it's renewables or whether it's whatever, we seem to get ripped off. But let us know if you think that the government should be spending more and more on, well, what are essentially handouts.
They are handouts. It's what I have a great deal of sympathy for people who are really struggling with it, and perhaps in a means-tested way it could be looked at. But certainly for you can't keep handing out money like they have done. It's cost thousands of pounds per household.
It's quite interesting though, because since the pandemic, people are expecting more from the government, and the polling reflects that.
Yes.
People just think the government should be doing a lot.
That is big state nanny state, isn't it?
Big state Britain.
In regards to smoking, we're talking about the PM's plan to sort of get a whole generation off smoking. Graham, a few ideas. Graham says put the price of a packet of 20 up to 20 quid. That'll stop a lot of people. A lot of people will still pay it, though. And Mike says, what's next? Alcohol? Sugar? And on the same theme, Mark says, if people want to smoke, let them. Why not ban drinking? It's just as harmful.
Yeah, but you know what? Kate makes a very sensible economic point, actually.
Oh, right,
she says, just a quick note about the suggested smoking ban. Perhaps the government should think about the amount of tax revenue they will lose. And this is actually, I think this is the counter to what you were saying earlier about how this would be good for the NHS. Apparently, because this is a bit morbid, sorry, but apparently because smokers' lifespan is shortened, they actually end up costing the NHS less.
Oh.
Believe it or not.
Right. So if you want to get your money's worth out of all the national insurance you've paid in, don't smoke, because you'll live longer, you'll get more of it back.
Yeah. Happy Saturday.
Yeah, but I tell you what, in terms of the revenue, that's why they don't just say, well, just going to ban cigarettes. That's why they want to phase it out, so they can cope with the loss of money, isn't it?
Well, it's like with electric vehicles. How are they going to make up for all the fuel duty? They'll find other ways to tax us.
Oh, that's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, joy,
Something
joy,
to think
joy.
about.
Here we go. Never rains, but it pours. Oh, talking of which, let's see what the weather's going to do for you today.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. One or two showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles, where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland, with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy, where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south, and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
That warm feeling inside. From Boxed Boilers. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, don't go anywhere because there's lots heading your way in just a moment, including all the sport with Aidan McGee.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the live desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard. We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think.
Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Very good morning to you. It is 8:32. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Emily. We're on your TV, on your radio and online as well, so everywhere.
We're everywhere.
If you're heading out later on and you're watching on TV or whatever, you're heading out, just put us on in the car if you've got DAB+.
Yeah, and what else can we say? You can say, play GB News to your Alexa.
Oh, you've done it now.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad. But we have broadcaster and journalist for sports, Aidan McGee, who is with us.
Nice to see you. How you doing?
Oh, we're all right.
Yeah, good. Big day of sport this weekend.
Yeah, go on. Should we kick off with the rugby?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, England in action against Chile. The hard work's done, Stephen. They beat Argentina 2 weeks ago. They followed that up with a back-to-back win against Japan. They're almost through the pool phase. 12 changes. They're going to bring back Marcus Smith, who wasn't really trusted under the previous coach, Eddie Jones, but a great playmaker, a chance for him to show what he can do. Owen Farrell restored as well as captain. He was suspended for the first couple of games because of a dangerous tackle prior to the tournament. So, again, chance for him to show what he can do. George Ford drops to the bench. He was the guy who kicked all those points 2 weeks ago, which really took the pressure off England. And so if they get through the pool stages, you asked me a couple of hours ago, didn't you, how do you think England are going to do? Well, you know what? They're not in vintage form even now. They certainly weren't in the lead-up to the tournament. If they get into the knockout phase, if I was Ireland, if I was South Africa, the top 2 teams in the world, if I was the host nation, France, who I make the favourites, I don't think I'd want to face England in the knockout phase because we are a big nation at rugby. We're the former winners. We've been to 2 finals in the last 15, 16 years. So we're still a dangerous side, as would be the case with Australia, who also aren't playing very well. So out of the pool stages, you never know what's going to happen. Later today as well, after that, we've got Ireland playing against South Africa. This is interesting because the loser looks likely to face France in the quarter-final, who look like they're going to be without the injured Antoine Dupont. That's the equivalent of going up against France in 1998 in football terms without Zinedine Zidane. That's how big a player he is. You can face France at any time and they're dangerous. Without Dupont, different proposition and probably an easier way through.
So France's chances are you know.
Well, in the
lowered.
balance, in the balance, I would say he's not definitely out, but he's a definite injury worry, and he's one of the best players in the world. No question about it.
Now, football, there's lots going on this weekend,
Yes.
isn't there? The Premier League's back.
Absolutely, yeah. Man United in action this evening against Burnley. They are in absolute disarray at the minute. A terrible performance in the week against Bayern Munich, despite having lost only 4-3. It just looked like one of those games, you know, when they got back into the game, the good team just got a bit better and got away from them. But they've got myriad problems at the moment. They had the recent problems with Anthony and with Mason Greenwood, of course. Jadon Sancho speaking out against criticism Eric Ten Hag dished out to him a couple of weeks ago. Dressing room leaks as well. There were lots of suggestions that people in the dressing room are just speaking out of turn behind the manager's back, trying to undermine him. I covered Man United. I went all around the world with them, Stephen, 10 years ago. You couldn't get anything out of Manchester United because, despite them being a vast institution, Sir Alex Ferguson had everything on lockdown. Nobody used to speak. You couldn't get anything out of them, and it's not the case anymore, which says to me that the culture's declined a little bit, the standards have declined slightly, but back-to-back defeats at the moment.
So it's interesting. So, I mean, basically, this is Ten Hag's problem, isn't it? That although there's been issues with players and he's sort of... You can say, well, it's the player playing up, if you like. If this is becoming more endemic, it's a managerial problem, isn't it?
It is, but don't, he will argue, say, look, I was brought in to change the culture when he came into the club 15 months ago, but sometimes a club like United, you just have to pick your battles one at a time. He's been very authoritarian, and yes, that is what's needed, but sometimes you can only be like that in certain areas of the club. You have to pick your battles. He disposed of Cristiano Ronaldo last year, which everyone said was going to be very, very difficult. And, yeah, I think playing-wise, it was the right decision. He earned quite a lot of respect for that. But this season, I mean, Marcus Rashford is off form again. They've had significant injuries as well. Burnley are not in good form at all. They've not won a game so far this season. So if they go there tonight and get a win, who knows? That could just get them back on track because they really need it. But Ten Hag did say there's always pressure as Man United manager, and he's absolutely right.
Thankfully, you're always on form. Aidan, thank you very much indeed. See you later. We've got the headline makers heading away in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at Drive Time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app, and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The people's channel.
Britain's news channel.
It's 8:40. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Emily. Very good morning to you.
Very good morning. Yes, joining us now for the day's headlines is former Daily Star editor Dawn Neeson and radio and television broadcaster David Hamilton. Thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for asking us.
Should we go? Should we go
haven't
wrong?
been banned yet.
No, it's only a matter of time.
Where are we going?
I know. Tell me.
Well, because David, you are showbiz broadcasting royalty. Should we kick off with a royal story in the Times?
You mean proper royals?
Proper royals, yes.
The royal visit to France has been deemed a great success. It ended by visiting an organic vineyard where the royal couple toasted each other with wine from the year of their wedding in 2005.
Oh, that's
Some
nice.
people, of course, have complained
would
that they flew from Bordeaux to Paris instead of taking the plane. There's always going to be some complainer, isn't there? But I think Charles absolutely charmed them with his French.
Yeah.
I think Camilla had a bit of a go as well. She threw the ping-pong match against...
she threw it, did she?
She threw it, yeah. She could have played much better than that.
Oh, right.
She threw it against France's First Lady. And
Well, hang on, so she let her win?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
That's outrageous.
Don't you?
I mean, can you imagine? I can't imagine what it's like being Camilla and being said, "Now, Your Majesty, we've arranged for you to play table tennis." I mean, she's like, what?
A bit of a ding-dong at the ping-pong, somebody called it. But presumably, during the whole visit, nobody mentioned the boats.
No, well, how could you, though? How could you?
No.
Is it what the Times are reporting that no one mentioned the boats?
Well, that's why it's so successful, the visit, because, you know, they skirted around that and obviously nobody mentioned the boats, which is the most important thing between England and France.
Yes, but he's not a politician.
No.
No, he's not a politician. But it must be nice just being able to have nice, polite conversations about Bordeaux and lovely wine and bit of ping-pong. No controversy.
Yeah, but I mean, doesn't Prince Charles run one of his cars on recycled wine or something or other? Did I read that somewhere? Probably not. I'm probably making it up.
He does run it. It might be vegetable oil.
He's recycling some sort of food stuff or other. They might have got into green issues, obviously.
Why would you put wine in a car? That's more expensive than petrol.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously.
Depends what you drink,
Certainly
doesn't it?
Well, it's true.
A bit of plonk. Must be cheaper than petrol.
Can we have a look, Dawn, at the Sun and shoplifting? The shoplifters showing off.
Yeah, well, basically, I mean, to be fair to this chap, his name is Cullen May. He's 32 years old, and he's a former heroin addict.
Right.
So that is why he's talking about that obviously was shoplifting to fund his habit. He has claimed he pinched £3 million worth of item and says it's actually too easy to steal from shops.
Are we meant to be thankful to him for pointing this out?
For pointing it out. And the fact is that shops need to toughen up. Now, well, the thing is, shops are toughening up. We had the report at the beginning of last week, I think it is, about shops are now actually losing so many millions. They are hiring security guards. I think Waitrose are offering free coffee to police officers to come in and have some sort of uniform presence. But only in the last couple of days, Co-op stores announced they have taken a £33 million hit in just 6 months as shoplifting surges.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
It is, and not only that, but staff are being constantly threatened with syringes and spat at and physically assaulted. It is, and these are big shops as well. You can imagine if you're trying to run like a local corner shop, the hits you're taking there, you can't afford to carry on doing this. And smaller shops are going out of business. But it's almost now acceptable. And if we're going to go the same way as America, I think it's San Francisco, where now, unless someone is literally nicking more than I think it's like $500 worth of stuff, they won't even investigate it.
Yeah. I think it might be even higher than that. I think it might be about $800. But I'm wondering whether this guy... Is he a bit cheeky saying this after he's nicked £3 million of goods?
It is a bit. I mean, it's very. You know, if you've been assaulted whilst working in your local store, you are going to be very angry that he is saying that you need to toughen up your security.
Yeah. Just help yourself time, isn't it?
But that's it's almost like looting now.
I think in many cases, you know, the people in these stores know who these people are. They're too frightened to do anything about it. And if you ring the police, it'll take half an hour to get there. Well, they're not going to hang around, are they? They're gone. So it's just, you know, help yourself.
Well, back in the day, not that it has ever happened to me, I have to say, but the impression always was if you were caught nicking anything, you were sort of grabbed, locked in the back room until the police arrived. Yeah. Well, that doesn't happen now.
Somebody tried that the other day, and he got it in the neck for actually grabbing hold of somebody who was... Did you read that story? Who was taking something. Yeah. So, I mean, we're almost in a lawless society now, and I must tell you, I live in the country now, but I come up to London occasionally to come here, and also to go to see my football at Fulham. And I went to the match last weekend at Creighton Cottage, and as I was going over Putney Bridge, I saw some cyclists on mobile phones, and they're cycling. They're holding the bike with one hand, and they're looking at a mobile phone with another hand. Yeah. There's nothing anybody can do about it, but it's terribly dangerous. And imagine for people crossing the road, somebody is doing that. You know?
Yeah, well, and the other thing is we had a story about cyclists and wanting more respect on the road, and all that, which I'm all for it. My family do a lot of cycling. Well, my dad and my brother do, so I'm all for it. Got to, you know, treat cyclists with respect, But when you come to a big town and things, I mean, the number of times they just sail through the traffic lights and they don't stop for anything. Yeah.
Well, there are kids getting these, you know, these Lime bikes that you can just hire, and they're not hiring them. They're just forcing them to move when they haven't even paid for them. And they're just going around with their phones out. But try reporting antisocial behaviour. You're not going to get very far.
You're not going to get anywhere.
So we've got almost a lawless society now, and a lot of it is because of the cuts on the police force, and you don't see bobbies on the beat anymore, which were tremendous deterrent to crime.
Now, you two, can I just say, you two are very, very lucky being here today, because we know it means that you love your work.
Yes.
And you know why that's important? It's important because Monday is the start of International Week of Happiness at Work.
You can just imagine all the corporate events up and down the country.
Yeah, people being forced to smile. Yeah. So we thought we'd talk to someone who genuinely loves their job, really loves what she does. She's called Lizzie Adams, and she joins us now. Morning to you, Lizzie. What do you do and why do you love it?
I'm an animal psychic medium, and I absolutely love what I do. It means that I can connect to people's pets, and that for me just is the epitome of happiness.
Did you always love what you did?
Yeah. Ever since I've known that I can do it, I've always loved what I've been able to do, because it helps people, it helps their pets, and it just, even in the sad times, it brings happiness to people. So that's rewarding enough.
I've got to ask, because I know I can hear people all across the country saying, oh, come on, you know what I'm going to say, don't you? I mean, look, people are sceptic about psychics, never mind animal psychics. How do you communicate with something that can't speak English?
So it's about their energy. So when I see people's pets that are over the Rainbow Bridge, I will tap into their energy and I will feel like their personality. You know, we can all say that our pets have got beautiful personalities, can't we? You know, we pick up on different quirks, different mannerisms that they've got. And I'll be able to pick up on that energy. I'll be able to pick up on different memories that you shared. So different visuals that you might have had. I might hear certain words or phrases that maybe you've said to them, that you shared to them, or that resemble different things, but they won't have like a full-blown natter with me, like I'd say with you. It's more like the sentient kind of feeling.
Lizzie, could you do a hamster, or is this more cats and dogs? Because I've got a hamster.
I've worked with rats, chipmunks. I've done snakes, rabbits, all sorts.
Ooh.
So I'm always up for any form of animal, and if I can read them, happy days.
Well, look, it's making you happy and no doubt making your clients happy as well, and that's what matters. Really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Dawn, have you got any pets?
I was just going to ask. I don't have any pets anymore, but I did have a spider, a Chilean rose tarantula, and I would love to have actually asked whether she could have communicated with my spider.
I don't really know.
She was lovely. She was pink. You'd have loved her. And she was very, very friendly. Yeah. And she used to eat her boyfriends. What's not to love?
Well,
you know,
perfect guest for you.
Exactly.
Perfect guest for you, pet for you.
After grown-up spider cuddles, she would eat her boyfriend.
Really? Is that what they do?
I think it's very environmentally friendly, isn't it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it could catch on, Emily. What do you reckon?
I don't know why you are either.
No.
But
I think, Emily, the human species, maybe we could give this a try. What do you reckon?
What, the animal psychic?
No, eating your fella.
Eating your fella.
Eating my fella. Well, no. Also, a certain Patrick Christie's, friend of the channel.
Friend of the channel.
Friend of the channel. Well-known face on the channel, has very bad arachnophobia. Wouldn't go near a spider. He had to do it as a challenge, and he was basically crying.
Oh, really?
Shakes.
How about you?
Yeah.
Do you like spiders?
Absolutely not, sorry.
Oh, right, OK, so...
But I'm not scared of them.
No.
Well, you're very compatible, then.
And I have to remove the daddy long legs from the flat.
I bet you do. Also, Patrick cries like a girl, doesn't he?
Yeah, I shouldn't say that.
Well done, Patrick.
Yeah, which is...
That's grassed him up.
Yeah.
Can I just give a shout-out to one of our lovely viewers called Jeff, who's just messaged me on Twitter. Good morning, Jeff. And he said that I'm correct. King Charles runs his Aston Martin on bioethanol, which is derived from wine and cheese products. There you go.
Wine and cheese. So they've been in Bordeaux eating wine and cheese, and he's probably grabbed a load to shove in his car.
To shove in his Aston Martin.
Oh,
it's very green.
Get the cheese in the... Can you imagine? I don't know how that works. Biethanol.
Why are we going towards electric vehicles when we've got...
Wine and cheese.
Powered by wine and cheese.
It just goes to prove what wonderful viewers we've got, because they come up with all the information we need.
They do, honestly, every time. David, I don't see you as a gambling man. Though I may be wrong. I may be wrong on that.
No, I'm not a gambler.
But would you like to... would you head up to a nice super casino in Wigan?
Yes, Wigan Casino. You know all about Wigan Casino, don't you?
Well, I've never been to the casino in Wigan.
You've not been to it? Well, it was a nightclub, and it is the home of Northern Soul music. And it's celebrating its 50th anniversary today. And sadly, it's closed now, but, you know, that Northern Soul music is absolutely timeless. For example, there's a ghost in my house. Do you remember that? Ardeen Taylor.
That rings a bell.
And Ain't Nothing But a House Party out on the floor.
Yes,
and I actually did a gig there at Wigan Casino, and they had all-nighters. This is years ago. This is 70s and 80s. And they finished about 8 o'clock in the morning. No alcohol. I think there might have been a few drugs because there were some funny aromas that were doing the rounds.
Right.
It's sadly now a shopping arcade. But people are coming from all over the world, and they're going to Blackpool, which is as near as you can get to Wigan, and they are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Wigan Casino and this wonderful, wonderful, timeless music.
You see, it's like when you look back at the sort of good old days like that. I mean, I know it's not the same sort of thing, but it's like the Hacienda in Manchester, which was so iconic, of course, and then it's just... You know, it just goes.
There was another one in Manchester called the Twisted Wheel, and that was also Northern Soul. But there are other Northern Soul clubs, particularly in obviously the north of England, but the Wigan Casino was the most famous one.
Yeah.
And we would demonstrate the dance, wouldn't we, David? But you've put your back out a bit.
Yes, I was going to show... Dawn and I were going to do a little routine for you.
Oh, were you?
But unfortunately, I've put my sacroiliac out.
Oh, what a relief.
Not my coccyx.
No, your coccyx is fine.
Yes,
your sacroiliac.
my sacroiliac.
Saccharilliac.
Now listen, this is no laughing. It's very painful.
Very painful. Is it?
If it wasn't for the fact that it was you two, I wouldn't have come in today.
Well, thank you for making it in.
No.
Because you make
If
us
it
so
wasn't for
happy.
us, you wouldn't have mentioned your saccharilliac.
I heard Dawn's been nursing you in the green room.
I should point out, in terms of quality northern bands, there's a great band in North Wales, actually, called The Keynotes.
Oh,
and
yes.
They're very, very good. They played at my wedding,
Make a
actually.
note.
And my uncle is the drummer.
Yeah.
And Patrick Christie's uncle
Gosh, he keeps coming up, doesn't he?
is the bass player.
Oh, well, fancy that.
Anyway, on that note...
That's almost incestuous.
It is almost. I didn't know, otherwise I wouldn't have booked him. It's been good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Let's get a quick check on the weather.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. One or two showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
The temperature's rising. Boxed Solar, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Lots to talk about HS2 this morning. It looks like it's gone for a Burton, frankly. It is a long way to Manchester, especially if you're waiting for the HS2 high-speed rail link. Ain't going to get there, doesn't look like. Not going to Leeds, as we know. Won't go to Euston, but it will go somewhere from London to Birmingham. What's the point? We'll ask the question in just a moment.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think. Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often there will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in the home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of September. Today, will HS2 ever get to Manchester? Well, Downing Street is apparently preparing to scrap the second leg of the high-speed railway from Birmingham. Both Boris Johnson and David Cameron have warned a mutilated line would be insanity. Catherine Forster's following this.
Yes, it's sounding like HS2 may go from just out of central London to Birmingham, and that will be that. Lots of people saying whatever happened to levelling up the north.
A Ukrainian missile attack has hit the headquarters of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, leaving the main building in flames and a serviceman missing.
This morning marks the opening of an action-packed Leeds event that set tails and tongues wagging. It's the Dog Fest. Anna Riley has all the action later for you this hour.
And Alex has your weather.
A fine day today for most places. It's a bit chilly out there right now, but we'll see some sunny spells and most will be dry. Tomorrow, a different story. The winds are going to pick up, particularly in the west. Some heavy rain. There is a Met Office yellow warning in place. Join me later for all the details.
Morning to you. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Emily Carver, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Well, levelling up HS2, it honestly, I mean, we're talking about it this morning, it has dominated all these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails that we're getting in, and you're furious, frankly, but also you've got the benefit of hindsight, it's got to be said. Trevor has been in touch. Hi, Trev. Says, not everyone wants to work, live, visit London. A lot of northerners, north of Watford, are quite happy to stay well away from anything London-centric.
Yes, where
Fair
are you,
point.
Trevor? Milton Keynes?
Ah, yes, excellent.
What was this? Oh, yes, Mike, you've written in. He says, I'm surrounded by HS2 works in Warwickshire. It's no surprise the project keeps getting pushed back because you literally see hundreds of workers standing about doing nothing, not moving. It's ridiculous.
And Kevin in Manchester, they see this. I didn't think of this at the time, Kevin. You did, and you were right. He says, the day the government announced they were starting HS2 from London, I knew levelling up would be betrayed. And it looks like it's going to go to Birmingham, and that's it. Let's get the lowdown. Catherine Forster, our political correspondent, is here. I mean, HS2, this great connection between parts of the north and the north to the Midlands and Midlands to London, just like what? It's just going to be a strip from Birmingham to somewhere else in Greater London now.
Well, the government have to make a final decision before the autumn statement, but it's sounding very much like it will ultimately run from Old Oak Common, which is not even Euston Station, that's northwest London.
Right, next to Wormwood Scrubs.
Yeah.
So handy for the lags getting out.
Not a central location by any means, through to Birmingham, and that will be that. The original Y shape that we were promised, that was from Euston to Birmingham, Birmingham to Leeds. The Birmingham to Leeds bit of the Y was scrapped a couple of years ago. It sounds very much now like the Birmingham to Manchester part, the other part of the Y, will be scrapped. So we're left potentially with the rump of it from Old Oak Common to Birmingham. But of course, if you're going to go from London to Birmingham by train, why would you just not get on in central London and get off at Birmingham? Because the Old Oak Common, you'd then have to get the Elizabeth line into central London. The government are very worried about the costs. Of course, this has been long, hugely controversial. There's plenty of people think that the whole project was never a good idea, and that was before the pandemic, before the government were in so much debt, before home working, etc., etc. But we really are now in this incredible mess where what we will be left with is a bit of railway. OK, it will increase capacity, but still vast expense, huge amounts of money being spent, and still the north of England, transport there completely neglected.
You're so right, though, about the going to Old Oak Common instead of Euston. Because why would you bother taking that line if you wanted to get into central London? You just wouldn't. You just use the train that already exists.
Yeah.
Madness.
And there's plenty of Conservatives absolutely up in arms now. David Cameron, who never really intervenes, has made it known privately that he thinks this is a huge mistake. Michael Gove is said as Levelling Up Secretary still to be fighting for the connection to Manchester. George Osborne, who of course was all about Northern powerhouse, not happy either. And Boris Johnson, with his way with words, saying that this is Treasury-driven nonsense. He says it makes no sense at all to deliver a mutilated HS2. But there's plenty of people also thinking it's just throwing money down the drain, the whole thing. And although vast amounts of money have been spent, better to sort of cut their losses and put the money into northern transport. I mean, we're here for years and years about fast rail between Liverpool and Leeds and potentially Hull. Well, still not happening.
No.
And will it happen? Will it happen? Because this is a thing, 16 million people in the north think they've heard it all before, all these promises and promises. Meanwhile, London's got the shiny new Elizabeth line. That's all fabulous. And what do people in the north have?
Well, exactly, and you do wonder why. You see, if the problem is if this does all get canned, then who is going to come up with a plan to connect Manchester, Leeds, Liverpool, Hull, Newcastle? I mean, Peter in Newcastle says, when are they going to level up the North East? We are totally neglected up here.
Yeah, there's been quite a few messages about the North East because, of course, you've got Manchester, you've got Birmingham, Leeds, Sheffield. You could potentially link all of those places well if you wanted to, but Newcastle is out on its own up in the North East. And other people messaging and saying, well, try living in Wales. What about Cornwall? Basically, infrastructure spending in London is huge compared to any other region of the UK, and productivity too. The productivity in London and the South East is sort of world class, and productivity in the rest of the country is not great. And surely part of that is because it's just really hard to get around, and things that you take for granted in London in terms of getting public transport, getting a bus, getting a train, it's very different in large parts of the country.
Yeah, Catherine, stay there. Let's just talk to the chair of the Labour Party, Annalise Dodds, who joins us this morning. Really good to see you, Annalise. Look, on the basis that you're campaigning, obviously, to form the next government, whenever that next general election is, not that far off, what would you do with HS2?
Good morning. Well, we want to see HS2 and Northern Powerhouse Rail built in full. The government's own economic assessment actually indicated, with independent experts contributing to it, that you needed to have the full line being built to get the biggest economic impact. And I think, just as you've been saying, this was a major plank of the government's claims around levelling up. There's been speculation, in fact, over the last 13 years, including just the last few days around these projects. That's not the way to be delivering that kind of infrastructure. And Labour would have a very different approach. We would make sure not only that we sped up infrastructure projects, but that we then didn't have this kind of speculation and instability, because it's causing huge, huge issues for our country's reputation.
So, Annalise, the Labour Party, if in government, would continue to plough billions of pounds into this project that is already massively over budget and massively over time. Do you think this is the priority that people in the north actually want?
So we would be ensuring far better value for money. We've set out our plans for an office for value for money, making sure that we really did have much better control over the public finances than what the Conservatives have delivered. Of course, we don't know what kind of a fiscal situation, so a tax and spend situation, we would inherit if we came into government. We've seen the public finances deteriorating under the Conservatives in many ways. And as I said, we've seen a lack of grip on these kinds of major projects. But the need for connectivity in the north continues. And I would say this isn't just about rail, it's also about what's happened in buses, where Labour would make sure we had far greater control over buses in local communities, really critical for the north of England as well.
Yeah, it's just it is all back down to the money, though, isn't it? Because you can't. People would want you to say, or a lot of people at least would want you to say, yes, we keep it going. We're going to have the Manchester connection. We're going to have the Leeds connection. We're going to have it running into Euston. But if the government is saying, well, that is just simply going to cost too much money, then how can you make a commitment before you've even seen the books?
Well, I think the problem is that, unfortunately, under the Conservatives, we've had on so many different areas of economic policy instability and indecision. You know, this isn't the only time when the Conservatives seem to be changing their minds about something. We've seen it just last week with them deciding to change that date for petrol and diesel vehicles being phased out for new sale. Why is that an issue? It's an issue because it's going to impact on billions of pounds of investment that would have then got the cost of motoring down for ordinary people. So, you know, the Conservatives keep chopping and changing around these issues, and that's making all of it more expensive. There's some costs in here that the Conservatives have essentially kissed goodbye to, and that's bad for the taxpayer.
Annalise, Labour, to get into government, have to win back a lot of people who voted Conservative at the last election. You know that, of course, Keir Starmer knows that. Have you got it right when it comes to net zero and climate policy? Because, you know, the delay on the ban on the sale of new petrol and diesel is quite popular among the public. According to recent polling, you know, 50% of people support that, 80% of Conservative voters. These are quite popular policies. Are you sure the Labour Party wants to roll back on that?
Well, actually, when you look at people's support for the automotive industry in particular, you know, people are overwhelmingly clear that they want to keep those automotive jobs in our country. They want to be boosting our automotive industry. And I think the message has been pretty clear from Ford, from Make UK, that represents manufacturers, from lots and lots of different businesses. But they're really worried about the instability that the Conservative government has created. They're worried about that impact on jobs, and they are worried about the impact on cost, because the government's own projections have indicated that in the medium term, actually sticking to the existing ban would have got motoring costs down for people. I mean, I know what it's like for motorists at the moment. You know, they're really being hammered. The cost of petrol's gone up, the cost of insurance has gone up, roads are crumbling, potholes aren't being filled in. Now we're potentially going to be seeing, because of the government's machinations, the cost of motoring in the future being higher than it should be. You know, that's really not the kind of decision that a government should be taking. It should be protecting the money in people's pockets and protecting jobs in our country.
Has to be said, though, that the ban on the new sale of petrol and diesel cars is going to come into force in 2035 in Europe. So Keir Starmer said a week ago today he didn't want any divergence from Europe.
Well, with respect, he didn't say that. What he said was, in areas where actually the UK has got high standards, where there are also high standards in the EU, And where it's possible for us to strip away red tape for British businesses, then we should be working together. And, that makes sense. I mean, why does New Zealand have a veterinary agreement with the EU and the UK doesn't? Without that agreement, actually, many of our producers are being wrapped in red tape. It's making it harder for them to actually export and import. So, we've got to sort this out. Keir was right to say that we need to sort it out. But when it comes to our automotive industry, I know what's been happening there, as many of our viewers on this programme will know. Unfortunately, we've been losing out in that global race. Now, that's because, as a country, unfortunately, under the Conservatives, we've not seen backing for new battery factories. We've not seen backing for the automotive industry in the way that we should have seen it. We've been losing out on those jobs. Now, Labour's got a plan to keep them in our country. The government's got no plan.
Annalise, I'm not sure people will be convinced that the Labour Party are on the side of motorists. I mean, you've had Sadiq Khan in London insisting upon expanding the ULEZ zone. That's clobbering a lot of people. That's making the cost of driving more expensive. You've got in Wales, you've got this, what some people see as quite an authoritarian move to make all residential roads, all built-up roads, 20 miles per hour. People are saying they don't like these kind of policies, but it's Labour who's enacting them.
Well, actually, it was the Conservative government which said that different local areas needed to impose charging schemes. What they didn't do in London was listen to what the Mayor was saying, which was that he needed more support to deliver a bigger scrappage scheme. He delivered the biggest scrappage scheme that he possibly could, but he didn't have the support that was available, for example, in Birmingham. And I would say that that's the difference, really, with Labour. When it comes to environmental issues under the Conservatives, they seem to always focus just on a stick. They're not providing then a carrot. They're not providing support for people. Labour's approach is different. Real focus on getting bills down, delivering energy security for our country so we don't have to rely on foreign dictators, and making sure that we win that race for the jobs of the future. Those are the important elements for us. They don't seem to be important, unfortunately, for the Conservatives.
Oh, hold on. With respect, you can't say Sadiq Khan's, the Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan's ULEZ scheme, which is upsetting so many people, is the government's fault.
Well, actually, Grant Shapps wrote to the Mayor and said that charging schemes were what his government was proposing. And I think that was completely clear at the time. Now, Labour has said it's important that we listen to people at the moment in the midst of a cost of living crisis. But as I said, the Mayor was absolutely clear. He believed there should have been more support for a scrappage scheme to provide to people. He made it as big as he possibly could. But the Conservative government wasn't listening. And I think that's a big problem, because actually we need to make sure we're supporting people during a cost of living crisis. And at the same time, we're protecting clean air and everything else.
Annalise, there was no government mandate for Sadiq Khan to implement the expansion. Yes, there was the assertion that there should be some clean zones and charging, but not the most recent expansion. That wasn't even on Sadiq Khan's manifesto. That was a new policy, and it's something that Sadiq Khan is, and he says, extremely proud of. So I think he owns that one. I think that's pretty clear.
Well, it's in black and white in a letter that Grant Shapps sent to him. It's very, very clear. And as I said, Labour's approach to these issues is different, because we believe that actually at the same time as seeking to protect the environment, we need to be dealing with the cost of living crisis and getting costs down for families. It's why, for example, to take another case that I'm sure will be of interest to a lot of people watching this, because they'll be impacted by it, the fact the government has got rid of that deadline for private rented homes to actually be energy efficient, that's going to whack enormous amounts of unnecessary expenditure on families, often low-income families, who are currently having to pay exorbitant bills for heating because they're living in drafty, cold homes. And the government has decided, instead of supporting them, to actually focus on
but on that point, and I know we're really running out of time, but on that point, in a way, there's an argument to say they're saving people money, aren't they? Because reducing that band from a D to a C would have been things like changing the windows for a lot of landlords. That would have just gone on the rent at a time when rent is already going up.
Well, actually, that's not the feedback that we've got from many tenants and indeed from landlords. I think that they wanted to see from government a proper plan around particularly home insulation. We've not had that from the Conservatives. Labour has had that clear plan for a long time. I mean, we could have been insulating tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of homes in the time since Labour called for a plan and the Conservatives haven't delivered it. But if you look at those electricity bills that tenants are paying and how they're going to stay stubbornly high because of those government decisions, I think most people would say that they took the wrong choice around this.
OK, look, we're really out of time. Just in 10 seconds, have you recently had a cup of Bovril, Annalise Dodds?
No. Have I got some kind of...
No, apparently it's going out of fashion. I just wondered if you were a Bovril fan. You certainly you haven't got the marks, no.
I haven't had Bovril. Well, maybe that's part of the problem, I guess. But I've not had it for a really long time. I mean, I had it as a kid. It was the kind of thing you'd have if you'd been outside and got really cold and then came inside. But yeah, I haven't had it for a long time, and maybe that's why.
Well, we need to bring it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to give you the frightness. You look fine. Annalise Dodds, it's really good to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
You too.
May I just say one thing?
Go on.
Steve Reid was on the channel earlier this week, Shadow Secretary of State for Environment. He said Labour will insulate 19 million homes. Of course, he didn't put a price on that.
No.
All these promises.
Well, there is. I mean, look, it's politics, isn't it? And you have to listen to the arguments, then make up your own mind as to who you believe or who you think is going to do the best job in all of this. I mean, certainly with it, I know a lot of landlords breathing a huge sigh of relief about the energy efficiency rating or whatever it is, just because they were going to have to do stuff which was going to put the rent up, and they don't want to put the rent up because the tenants are already struggling.
Yeah.
So
difficult one, isn't it?
No, but
you don't want people to be living in absolute hovels, but then at the same point, raises costs, pushes landlords out of the market, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway,
none of it good.
If you've got a view on that, let us know. It's a joy of what we do here. We talk to everyone. You make up your own mind on the basis of what they say. I like the fact with Annalise Dodds, though. I do like the fact, and I always do it with her. You can have a bit of a joke with her at the end.
Yes.
I think that's important with politicians, actually.
A lot of these politicians are actually quite nice people, but they put on have to put on their show.
Doesn't always come across, but they are nice people. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. Let's head. I was going to say stateside, sort of stateside, because it's President Biden who has reportedly promised Volodymyr Zelensky some long-range tactical missiles.
Yes, this was reported yesterday by the US media that Biden made the pledge during a bilateral summit at the White House on Thursday, which was followed by the announcement of a new $325 million, I always get that wrong, package of American weapons and aid.
Well, the US had been reluctant to supply the weapons, fearing that it could sort of create an escalation with Russia.
Right, let's go now to Major General Chip Chapman, former head of counter-terrorism at the MOD. Thank you very much for joining us, Chip. What do you make of this potential pledge for these types of missiles to be sent to Ukraine?
Well, it's the effect it would have if they come. Now, if you look historically over the course of the war, we've always had 4 phases of these things, both in terms of tanks, F-16s. It's no, let's talk, let's train, and let's deliver the capability. What ATACMS would do, Army Tactical Missile, is to push the lock dumps and command and control of the Russians back. So it makes that more vulnerable for the Russians and gives greater logistic loops, which is a problem for Russia.
Well, I mean, on that basis, it sounds like a comparatively straightforward, common-sense idea, if you like. So why has there been reluctance up until this point?
Well, there's always been a gradualist approach to the provision of all sorts of capabilities because of that fear of crossing a red line in terms of escalation. And that's escalation in terms of weapons, objectives, targets, geography, domains, or mobilisation. So this is a significant weapon with a significant targeting system which could do significant damage. Now, whether the Russians would push back about that, who knows? I suspect not. We have the same thing with the provision of Storm Shadow, which we saw used yesterday to such effect on the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Crimea.
It may be an impossible question, Chip, but I'll ask it. There are a lot of people who are concerned by how much this war is costing NATO countries in terms of weapons and aid. And of course, we can argue that it is worth it to defend Ukraine and its sovereignty. But how much do you think it's going to cost us? How much has already been pledged? How much is going to be pledged? And what do you think should be pledged? As much as it takes?
Well, that's certainly been Biden's line. I mean, I take the view that the cost is probably better to do it now, because I take the view that Russia is a revanchist, expansionist state which probably wouldn't stop. So stopping them now with minimal costs, you can degrade your persistent threat without any NATO boots on them. Significant investment for the future.
OK, Chip, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Going to leave it there. We are having technical issues this morning. A lot of the lines keep dropping out a little bit.
Gremlins are out.
They are. The gremlins are out and about in force. It's very frustrating, but we got the gist of what Chip was saying.
I mean, that was an impossible question, really, isn't it?
Well, yes and no, because it is. I mean, who knows what the figures are? But as Chip said, it is as much as it takes because that's going to be a lot cheaper in the long run than letting Russia run riot.
You've got Putin having to go to North Korea to get, substandard weapons now.
Yes, but I'll tell you, it worries me. The North Korea link worries me.
Well, yeah.
Because, obviously, Kim Jong-un is different. I wonder where that leaves you. Where does that leave the whole American presidential thing?
In terms of what?
Well, in terms of, obviously, Trump has got, a relationship with Putin. He's also got a relationship with Kim. And then, therefore, I don't know if that's a good thing.
What do you think? He could be like, lads, can you just tone it down a bit?
No, I don't think that would be the case. No, I think that's how he's trying to pitch it.
Oh, he'd ramp it up, you think?
But I think it could. Well, look, who knows? I don't know. But it raises questions. It raises concerns. I'd want to hear something from Trump about that in the run-up to all of this that is more considered than what he's saying now, which is, I'd just sort it all out. I'd sort it all out before I even got into the White House. Well, that's not. I want more detail.
Yeah, well, you probably aren't going to get it.
No, wouldn't have thought so.
Anyway, moving on to something nicer. King Charles waved au revoir to France after his successful 3-day state visit.
Yeah, the Majesties boarded their plane after an ecstatic reception in Bordeaux yesterday, where they tucked into cheese and... I was going to say cheese and fromage. No, that's the same thing. Cheese and wine.
Yes, our royal correspondent Cameron Walker looks back on the King's visit.
History shared and a future to build. The King and Queen, officially welcomed to France by Presidents Macron and his wife during a rare ceremony at Paris's Arc de Triomphe. French crowds delighted that a king is back on French soil. Their last monarch forced out of this place in the 1700s before meeting his fate at the guillotine. But King Charles and Queen Camilla had a much more friendly welcome at the Palace of Versailles, a magnificent state banquet hosted in their honour.
And of course, President Pompidou hosted my mother here at the Palace of Versailles on her second state visit in 1972. I was reminded recently that when she returned the courtesy with dinner for the President and Madame Pompidou at the Hotel de Charost, they ran into a little more difficulty. Our embassy tried to bring several cases of English wine over from Hampshire for the banquet, only to be prevented by a customs official at Orly.
Work hard, play hard for the Queen and Madame Macron. After a comfortable win from the First Lady, the pair launched a new UK-France Literary Prize, celebrating the importance of reading and the ties between Britain and France.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente.
Meanwhile, the King became the first member of the British royal family to address French senators from their chamber.
This is my 35th official visit to France. Each and every time I have been struck by the warmth of the welcome I have always received, and by the immense good that can be accomplished when France and the United Kingdom work together.
Diplomatic ties strengthened. It took a full minute and a half for the standing ovation to conclude. Inside the chamber was Senator Eric Bouquet, chair of the France-UK Friendship Group.
So, of course, it's a great opportunity because Britain and France must go on having regular and strong relationship. We are neighbours. We are still. You're not in the European Union anymore, but you are still part of Europe. Okay, Dover is still the same distance from Calais, so nothing has changed.
The King and Queen visited a flower market named after the late Queen Elizabeth II. Then, a short walk to Notre Dame Cathedral to meet firefighters who tackled the devastating blaze in 2019 and those working to restore the famous landmark. After French media leaked eco-friendly train travel plans, Their Majesties flew to Bordeaux for security reasons. 39,000 British expats live in Bordeaux, the highest number in France. And the King and Queen visited a British-run organic vineyard in the heart of wine country. Defence was also on the agenda, showing NATO's strength as the war in Ukraine rages on. Wherever the King's been this week, he's genuinely received a really warm welcome. 6 months ago, a tour like this would have seemed impossible, buildings literally burning, sparked by the French pension riots. The Foreign Office sent Their Majesties to France to strengthen relations. Whether that now translates into better trading partnerships in a post-Brexit world remains to be seen. Cameron Walker, GB News, in France.
Well, whenever he filmed that, yesterday probably, the weather was very nice, wasn't it? Let's hope it's going to be nice over here today. Here's Alex.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles, where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland, with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy, where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south, and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
A brighter outlook with Boxed Solar. Proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Lots more still to come for you this hour, including our headline makers with David and Dawn. See you in a sec.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with me, Patrick Christie's, at drive time, 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+, on the smart speaker app, and on the GB News app. And if you've got an Alexa, all you have to say is, Alexa, play GB News. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with me, Patrick Christie's, on GB News and GB News Radio.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing. We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
It is 9:35. Good morning. Stephen and Emily with you on your TV, your radio, and online, of course. Love a bit of GB News Radio in the car. It's very, very good. Should we have some showbiz? Because Stephanie is here. And we've got to talk Strictly.
Yes.
It is back tonight.
It is back.
With our Angela.
I know, I can't wait to see her. Well, last week was the launch show, so we actually saw all the contestants with their partners, and Angela's going to be paired up with Kai Witherington, and I think they're actually going to make a really nice combo. They're going to be performing the Cha-Cha-Cha to a cover of Dame Shirley's Bassie's single, so it should be quite interesting seeing all the contestants actually take to the floor and see how they get on tonight.
That's reminded me, I need to send Angela an email to wish her well tonight. I must do that in a second.
Do we see them all? Do they all dance?
Yes, they're all going to dance. There's 15 celebrity contestants. So we've got some really interesting pairings. So we've got Leighton Williams, who's like a musical star, theatre musical star, and he's going to be paired up with Nikita Kuzum. So they're going to be the male pairing of the series. And a lot of people are tipping that actually this might be the first time we see two men win Strictly Come Dancing. So it could be interesting.
No, Angela's going to win.
Yeah, I think Angela's going to do a really good job. We have Les Dennis as well, who's going to be partnered up with Nancy Chu as well. And then we also have Annabelle...
that?
That is Bobby Brazier.
Is that Bobby Brazier?
Yeah, Bobby Brazier, and he's going to be with Diane Russell.
I tell you what, Bobby, From a distance, and look, admittedly, my glasses aren't the best. I thought that looks like Mick Jagger.
See, I'm following Zara McDermott.
Yes.
I used to watch Made in Chelsea quite a lot.
I like Zara.
Now she does all these broadcasts for documentaries.
Yeah, her documentaries are really good, and Zara's going to be paired up with Graziano Di Prima. So there are some really interesting combinations, but it's all down to the audience at home, because the audience have to vote for who they want, and no one ever wants to be the first celebrity couple to go, and I definitely don't think it's going to be Angela. I think she is in it to win it.
That'd be outrage if there was. Now, Wagatha Christie.
Yeah.
We thought it was all over.
I think it's over. No, it's not. It's not over. Clearly, there's another chapter to this saga, because Colleen Rooney has revealed that she will be giving her inside story of the trial in her new book, which will be coming out in November, and it's called My Account. She's already doing a drama
series. Written in her own words.
In her own words.
Yeah.
Sorry, Colleen. But, yeah, she's already doing a drama series that's going to come out with Disney, where she's going to be doing a reality TV show about the trial. But this book isn't only just going to be about the court case, it's also going to be her life in the limelight, because if you think about Colleen Rooney, she was introduced into the public's periphery when she was 16, and she was with Wayne Rooney, and since then she's become a mother of 4, so she's going to be talking about her journey in the limelight.
My Account, that's a good title.
My Account. Yeah.
Her account was used, wasn't it?
It was.
Yes.
Yes.
Lovely. Stephanie,
Thanks, guys.
darling. Coming up next, talking more in the headline makers about things like the over 50s dominating Ibiza. What are they doing? They're not teenagers. Get a grip.
They've got a bit of cash.
Yeah, they have. We'll talk to our 2 panellists about that in a sec.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton, for 2 hours packed full of unfiltered opinions, unique takes, and fiery debates. I guarantee you blockbuster guests and exclusive reporting with no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I think there is a culture of collusion, quite frankly.
And no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
The Live Desk with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Pip Thompson. It's here Monday to Friday on GB News.
From midday, we'll bring you the news as it breaks, whenever it's happening and wherever it's happening, from across the UK and around the world.
Refreshing, feisty, but with a bit of fun too.
If it matters to you, we'll have it covered on TV, radio and online.
Join the Live Desk on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join us every night on GB News at 11 p.m. for Headliners, which is 3 top comedians going through the next day's news stories, which is exactly what you need, because when the establishment has gone crazy, you need some craziness to make sense of it.
Headliners. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper. We've got it covered for you. Every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there.
So join us 11 p.m. every night on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
So Jubes and Kerr, we tackle the issues of the day with real, robust debate, both sides of the fence, battling it out with me in the middle with my forthright opinions and views. And often really interesting things happen because you start with a position and then by the end of the debate you find actually, well, I might not have thought about that one.
What we need in this country is 2 new political parties.
You should maybe think about doing a 2024 calendar. I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm keeping you company right through until 7 o'clock this evening.
GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's watching.
In a world of dull and predictable radio and TV shows.
Oh, hi. On Mark Dolan tonight, we've got big guests. We drill into the big stories of the day. The show adds up to a brilliant listening and viewing experience. Mark Dolan Tonight is the most entertaining current affairs show ever, and that's a fact. That's Mark Dolan Tonight, Friday, Saturday and Sunday from 9. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Like all families, we have arguments every now and then, but actually we agree on what the mission of GB News is, and that's the most fundamentally important thing.
GB News provides the kind of platform that lets all voices be heard.
We don't hold back. We're free to say what we really think. Just because some people who live in a tiny little Westminster bubble think that their particular story is important, that's not the most important story for me.
And often they will be difficult stories, stories that you won't find on the establishment media.
Because what people think in the north of England may be very different to what they're thinking in their home counties.
We're going to carry on telling the world what life is really like for households up and down the UK.
We love to be in your car, in your kitchen as you're having your breakfast. Whatever you're doing, you are part of the show. If it matters to you, it matters to us.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
It is 9:43. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Emily.
So we have David and Dawn back in the studio to talk us through some of the top headlines. What's making the headline makers?
Yeah, no, I tell you what. Trust you two to pick this one. In the Star, oldies, and I'm making no comparison, oldies hijacking Ibiza.
Golden oldies. Evidently, if you're in your 50s, you're a golden oldie, according to this story. Eek. Okay.
No, that's me next year.
Yeah?
Am I going to be a golden oldie next year?
I know.
Oh, hell.
I thought you'd be one of those that
You
turns
could be a
49,
boomer.
so-
You could be a boomer next year.
Yay! Right, okay, well, this is the story that the White Isle is going silver as over 50s rock Ibiza. Silver-haired ravers are taking over the party island, having it large. End of season breaks, basically, among the 50-plus age group, outstripping every other age group going to Ibiza. And we are going there, we're giving it large, and we're staying up all night. And we're also having rather a frisky love life while we're out there as well. The problem I have with this story, right, is, A, I'm over 50, some golden oldie, but also the over 50s generation are the original rave generation.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You know, they are people that went out there when they were sort of
in
like,
the
you know...
90s.
Yeah, exactly. So they're over 50s now, so it's...
So
you know,
these
they're still
singles
doing it.
Are these singles?
Well, let's hope so, if
Single
they're having an
people.
action-packed, frisky love
having
life out
amorous
there.
times.
Yeah. Well, some of them are single, some of them might be...
Let's not go too far.
Goodness me.
Heavens above, I like to be in bed by 9:30 with the Horlicks.
Horlicks rave up.
Does your husband know about Horlicks?
I think it's good that the over 50s are rocking Ibiza. Why
They've
not?
been doing it for the last 30 years, that's the thing.
They just haven't stopped.
No, we just haven't stopped.
Yeah.
Sorry, Freudian slip, we just haven't stopped. My mate's a DJ in Ibiza. She's been doing it for 30 years. She's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's so funny. More than 8 in 10 of the over 50s who were there said they had a perfect success rate chatting up fellow clubbers, compared to just 4 in 10 under 35s. So they're better at...
We've had more
chatting
practice,
people up.
Emily.
All right. Well, on that,
All right.
I need to calm down a little bit after that disturbing news. We're going to be back to you two in a second. I want to do a dog story, should we? Because it's got to Leeds, where there is the Dog Fest this weekend, which should be rather lovely. Our Yorkshire reporter, Anna Riley, is there for us now. Hi, Anna.
Good morning. Yes, this weekend in Leeds at Harewood House is all about dogs. You can probably see behind us lots of waggy tails, lots of owners here bringing their dogs into Dogs Fest. And I'm joined by Tess. She is the festival organiser here. Tess, just tell us a little bit about the day.
It's hard to describe Dogfest until you see it. I would say it's kind of the Glastonbury for dogs, really. It's got everything that you could really want the dogs to do, from have a go, activities like hay bale racing, dog diving, catch the flag. There's also a giant ball pit for them to jump into, and there's a lovely walk which goes around this beautiful estate as well. And yeah, lots of also shopping, food and drink, and the dogs will get spoiled today.
And there's thousands of people, dogs and their owners, that are going to come across this weekend. And it's about advice as well, isn't it? As well as these competitions and shopping events.
Yeah, I mean, we're all about fun, but we always promote it's all about responsible dog ownership. So we work with partners like we have the Dogs Trust here, who would talk about, rehoming and also just making sure environments are right for the dogs. We've also got behaviourists who can help with socialisation and also just veterinary nurses and people who can give you some things that you might not know about your dog, and you can access it here.
And Stephen, he is has a puppy, one of our presenters, a lovely puppy, by the way, Stephen. What sort of advice would you give to new dog owners, whether it's for a puppy or whether they've got an older rescue dog?
Well, I think it's there's so much information out there as well, and I think the best thing that you can do is make sure that you are you have your environment right. You really think it's a big commitment having a dog, so once you've got your dog, it's making sure that they're socialised properly, and a lot of that is actually getting them out, making sure they're meeting other dogs, know how to behave, and then if there are any little issues, just speaking to behaviourists, getting advice from many of the charities that are available to do that as well.
And there's so many competitions on today, but what would you say the best one is, your favourite?
I think I'd have to go with the waggiest tail competition. It is hilarious. There's about a minute and they make them all stand up and just wag their tails for a minute. It's absolute carnage, but it's the funniest thing to watch.
I'll definitely be looking out for that Waggy Tails contest. So here we are at Dogs Fest in Leeds, promises to have lots of Waggy Tails, and I'm going to be looking out for that competition later.
Oh, lovely stuff, Anna, and thank you for spotting Rex, the Ridgeback, on Twitter and all the social medias and things. Bless you. Thank you very much. You've been watching that, Anna. Are you a dog person, David?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I've got my little Cocker Spaniel at home. Amber.
You would do. You would do.
Now stop. Behave yourself.
I wonder if Amber would like my cockapoo Bob.
Oh.
They could be friends.
Yes, absolutely. Amber is a senior lady now. She's 11, but she's great. She sits at my feet when I do my radio show, and occasionally she barks, so she's become a sort of character. And when people don't hear her, they miss her, and they say, "Where's Amber today? Has she gone walkies?"
She said any sense.
May I just say on the Ibiza for the over 50s? Jason says, "Hi, Stephen. As a 55-year-old, our generation made Ibiza what it was.
Exactly that.
And it's still now, you know?
No,
So
I
there
agree.
you go.
I agree. I do agree with that.
Keep clubbing, mate.
I do agree with that, but it's the youngsters want to take over everything, don't they?
Yeah.
But they don't. They can't party. They can't party like our generation, Stephen. Sorry.
No.
There's no carefree, you know? Not as carefree.
Here's a cheery line for us this morning.
Go on.
From a celeb. Everyone's going to die.
Yes.
But at least I've made it to 90.
Yes, that's Michael Caine's quote on the front of the...
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong. We are all going to die.
That's his quote on the front of the Telegraph today. He's been interviewed by Mick Brown for the Telegraph magazine, musing on a life well lived. He's had a career that's lasted 73 years. God. Not a lot of people know that.
Get out, David.
But he was asked, you're like this, he was asked, what's the best thing about being 90? And he said, nobody expects you to do much, and everybody does things for you.
Oh, brilliant.
That's
now,
quite
I
nice.
just worked out that since I last saw you, I've had another birthday.
Have you? What are you now?
So I'm now actually nearer 90 than 80. So... I expect you to do things for me now. Make me a nice cup of tea when I come in here.
I will. I'll do whatever you want.
I just want to say it's been brilliant working with David again, but I just think David and Michael Caine and this generation, I'm just in awe of them because they're showing you that you can still do it. You can still be out there. You can still be living your life. You can still keep going. I think it's so inspirational.
Yeah, well, people used to be considered old at 60.
Exactly. I know you were a granny, you know, women were meant to be sort of like in shawls and knitting at 50, and now we're all going clubbing in Ibiza. I think it's
I'll tell you, part of the key, Dawn, is to keep working and find something you love, which I love. I love my music and I love broadcasting, and keep doing it. Another little tip is in the morning, do a crossword, gets your brain going.
Is that true, all of that? I've heard about stretching the mind.
No, I think it's true. And hopefully, you know, staves off dementia. And the other thing is that a lot of it is in here. If you tell yourself you're old, you will be old. But if you think young, you'll stay young. And I think that's the key.
Yeah, no, it's
well, of course, you've got Mrs H to keep you young.
Well, I attribute everything to her.
Yes, quite right.
Wise
too.
move.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's great advice.
That means I might get some lunch when I get home.
You might do. We've been talking HS2 all morning, Dawn. There's money to be made in it.
There is money to be made, and it's taxpayer money as well. This is it's a different slant on the HS2 story. Aston Villa have received £20 million of taxpayer money in HS2 compensation as a corner of their training ground, which is called... what's it called? Can't find the name of the training ground now, but anyway, it's a little corner of their training ground was requisitioned for HS2.
Was it?
And they were given £20 million in compensation, which, to be fair to Aston Villa, they have used to build a new training ground to encourage young football.
£20 million?
You could have a bit of my garden for 10 million.
And the problem, the reason this story is annoying people is that Aston Villa is owned by multimillionaires.
Well,
billionaires. So
yeah.
However, and there are lots of people who have had their properties and their lands requisitioned for HS2 who are still waiting for their compensation.
See, in China, you know, they get these infrastructure projects done so quickly, they wouldn't give any compensation. They just be like, move.
No.
Get out of our way, we're laying down this track.
Just remember the old saying, money comes to those who have money.
Yes, indeed.
It's true. It's true. What do you make of the whole HS2 thing, David? I mean, it's now going from somewhere outside of London to Birmingham, and that's it.
It's been the biggest cock-up since Gallipoli.
Do you think?
It has. It's been a complete disaster.
Would you scrap it, or would you? The Labour Party, analysts were saying to us, you know, we've got to plough on. You've got to get it done, but get to Manchester.
I think they've got to go to Birmingham now. Finish it to Birmingham, and forget carrying on. Sadly. Carrying on to Manchester. Yeah, well, I think so. I mean, I don't think you can scrap it completely.
Well, we've spent so much money on it. You know, it's estimated now to cost £100 billion.
Yeah.
That is insane.
I think we've got to cut our losses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we've spent so much on it already.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's just too old-fashioned. Lana says our technology's changed, our ways of working have changed. We need to move forward, which is true. We're not using the transport in the same way.
Not much point in doing it because there are no trains running anyway.
Yeah,
most of the time.
Well, that's true.
But you see, about scrapping it all, because a lot of people say, "Well, just scrap it," which I sort of tended towards. Eddie says, "I work on the HS2 up to Lichfield, only 35 miles from Nottingham. Although not the best idea to spend money, it has secured jobs and improved the rest of the railway system."
Yeah, but those jobs would have been elsewhere, you know. Those people would have jobs elsewhere. You can't have infrastructure projects just to create jobs, can you?
But if this is about levelling up, the fact that they are now thinking about, obviously, it probably not going to Manchester, I mean, what message is this giving to the people in the north? It's like, well, we don't actually really care.
Yeah,
and the fact that it's stopping 6 miles outside of London, what's the point of that?
Yeah. Well, look, Dawn, David, it has been a joy and a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. That is it from us. Breakfast back tomorrow morning at 6. But Esther and Phil are here in just a moment with Saturday Morning Live.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good morning, I'm Alex Deakin. This is your latest weather update from the Met Office for GB News. Good looking day out there today. It's a bit chilly out there first thing this morning. Tomorrow it's going to turn windier and particularly in the west, quite a lot wetter. It's not completely dry this morning. 1 or 2 showers just grazing eastern England and across the Northern Isles, where it's still quite blustery too. But the winds will ease down a little through the day, and the showers in the east should clear. For the vast majority, it is fine. Dry, bright, with some sunshine, albeit that sunshine turning hazy for Wales and Northern Ireland, with some rain coming into Northern Ireland later on. Temperatures recovering after that chilly start by this afternoon into the teens, maybe the high teens in the south. The wet weather, though, will push into Northern Ireland and then into parts of Scotland during this evening and then into Wales as well, and likely to linger in parts of the west through the night and indeed for much of Sunday. The rain doesn't really get into the Midlands or southern parts of England, generally staying dry here, and it won't be as cold tonight as the night just gone because there's more cloud and the winds will be picking up. So Sunday sees further rain at times, parts of northwest England and especially parts of Scotland looking soggy, where we do have Met Office yellow warnings in place, but also parts of North Wales, Northern Ireland could see pretty heavy and persistent rain for most of tomorrow afternoon. Patchy rain further south, and many central and eastern parts will again just be dry and bright tomorrow. It will be windier, but it's also going to be warmer with temperatures in the high teens or maybe 20 degrees.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, proud sponsors of weather on GB News.
What you get for breakfast is something that, if we do our jobs right, you will wake up to news that you didn't know the night before.
It's a conversation. It's not just me and Eamon.
We want to get to know you, and we want you to get to know us.
From 6, it's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Monday to Thursdays on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
Join me, Andrew Pearce and Bev Turner, Monday to Thursday, 9:30 a.m.
Who benefits from that? Not the British public.
And on Fridays, join us, Tom Harwood
and Ellie Costello from Britain's Newsroom.
That's what you get with this show. That's fantastic.
If it's happening, we're talking about it on Britain's Newsroom.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News, unlike other broadcasters, isn't obsessed with the London-Westminster bubble. We think there's a nation beyond the M25, and that's why we talk about the issues that matter across the land. Join me on State of the Nation, 8 to 9 o'clock, Monday to Thursday, on GB News. Daisy's listening, and you should too.
People in Britain, they love free speech, but they also love fair play.
I don't care if I'm speaking somebody from a trade union, from the Labour Party, somebody from the SNP. And I think the viewers like to see that actually we can challenge one another, but in a positive way.
We think we ask the questions that people want to ask, and often we ask the questions that we wanted to ask in Parliament but never got the chance to ask.
So join us every Saturday, 10 a.m. till noon on GB.